Good morning. Sorry. Excuse me. Those peaks aren't supposed to happen. Interesting. No webcam this morning. I'm being lazy and it's dark and I don't want to turn all my lights on. But we're going to do some EverQuest productivity, specifically the patcher thing. I feel like I want to make the light of edition pretty quick, as well as the start working on the big patcher. So that's kind of the plan today. I'll probably do some EverQuesty stuff, but I mean, this is all EverQuest related anyways, right? So give me just a sec and grab a banana. All right. So I grabbed some food. We can at least do some quick dailies. Probably won't do a full run. Let's also check the bazaar real quick. Hmm, 21k is not horrible. I don't know what my threshold is, but we'll just say it is 21k. I need to stop buying shit, but it's alright. I don't care about money too much. Yeah, I guess that's not horrible. Anyways, we're gonna go do fear real quick. And then we move on to some other stuff. Wait, where is... Wait, I never started my DZ. I'm like, why is there no mobs that I care about here? But that makes more sense. Shit. That was dumb of me. I just went right by a tentacle tormentor. Okay. That's alright. So. Let's go ahead. Go kill what we really care about. Cool. Then let's go kill Carnage real quick. That would be, Is the captain up? Nope. Putting on some buffs while we go. What? Okay. Next, we'll do Carner's Castle. Or not Carner's Castle, Chardock. I do need to fix my AA gaining system. I could probably test that really fast just by killing a single mob. I already don't like my titles. Basically, you gain experience, causes an AA message of 469. See, the thing that's weird is that 469 and type 15. Well, 4 stacks. Okay, that is correct, but that isn't the EXP message. You have gained experience. You gain experience. It's supposed to be a 139 message. I just don't see it. Let me go to full screen for a bit. So we're looking for a 139 or 138. See, neither of them are coming up. We're just getting these guys, which these are not what we want. Hey, Jason. I'm going to do my dailies, and then I'm going to work on the patcher thing. But while I was here, I was just going to fix my AA per hour system. The reason it's failing right now is I don't have string IDs properly coming over from experience gains. And it's super weird that it's actually happening. I don't fully get why. So that's what I'm looking into real quick. You have gained... It's probably because of this. He has manually written all of the messages. Yeah, Jason? What level are you? Oh, right on. That's very cool, dude. Glad you're having fun and found that group. I think it's because they're normal messages. So let's assume it is. So we need to change this to, I believe, channel message. Hey, Medics. How you doing, dude? Medics. All right, let's try this again real fast. All we're gonna try is you have gained experience. See, channel messages actually aren't coming up. What are these up to? It's sending a message. Having a time with my build and picking gear. Ooh, that's no fun. Why are you having challenges with that? Do you need help, or are you just sort of debating? So the packet is called special message. Warrior, cleric, enchanter. I think the first question is what are you looking to play? Okay.
Thanks for the follow, Murtoze.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Murtoze. Appreciate it. My Twitch tends to be a mix of Q&A, THJ related chat, sometimes some gameplay, but lately I've been doing quite a bit of coding, as you can see right now. But overall, it should be educational and somewhat entertaining. My voice hopefully will be something you can listen to the background, worst case. Warrior in full plate with dire charm pet would be cool. But able to heal in Mez. Mez is rarely like a really good mechanic. Just heads up, medics, as you scale in power. But I mean, obviously you can totally Mez in any tier. But if you want to focus on being a melee character, What part? Okay, so you're looking for gear. What is your level, first of all? Well, you get access to two different systems. Okay, so you're 50. Are you planning to stay 50 for a very long time, or just sort of at a milestone temporarily until you go to 60? Because I'll talk about different mechanics to look forward to, and then that can actually impact your gear a little bit. But yeah, let me chew over everything you're telling me. Give me just a sec, and let me also fix what I'm doing real quick. So in here, we want this to be special message. So basically, if I had to give suggestions for your specific build, I'm here for another 200 A's. I want my heal A done. Defense is done. Cool. All right, so if we go back to the server messaging, you have gained experience. So there's the item EXP. There's your item links for, there's experience gain. I'm not seeing it. All right, let's kill this and then check. Crit blast, non-melee, absorbs energy. I don't actually see experience. So this message is a little messed up. I'm here for another, okay, yeah, that's part of the charm with the Augs, is that you do need to actually, you know, target farm them. It's actually kind of a good thing for people like me that have kind of trivialized the server, but okay. And you wish you lose experience, but honestly, what's wrong with losing experience? Like, that's if anything, get level 60 ASAP, struggle, and that's probably going to be a better experience than, you know, trying to min max by being level 30 and trying to get a bazillion AAs, you know, by trivializing content. But that's just my opinion. That aside, okay, so gear wise, personally, you may as well target the hardest stuff in the game, which is the Vishan's Peak stuff. Typically, you want AC gear and high resists. Like, you ideally want to target around 500 resists. And if you can't obtain that, you're going to have a lot of struggles on, you know, the current the fights, especially at level 50. But even at 60, you need to get those resists up. Don't underestimate those. So if you can, be sure to always kill Dracolich on the static respawn every repop. And just try to get that Shawl of Protection, because this is a really good resist item. This will work with any build. This is just a great item to get. If you buy it, it's like 200,000 plat. That's how good it is. Some of the Vishan's Peak gear you can actually obtain if you can't do it yet at level 50. But I mean, generally speaking, when it comes to gear, I've tried both sets. Like, I have a full set of AC related gear, which is warrior oriented. He is in, let me send a chat. He's in Plane of Fear, and it's just Dracolich. It's like a 5% drop chance every time you kill him. I farm him every day, but that would be a really good upgrade. A lot of the gear from Vishan's Peak is still going to be pretty good for you, depending on what you're targeting. Do you understand how the non-respawnings work, medics? So essentially, his respawn timer is going to be 14 hours because the only time you're ever going to see him up is if you spawn your own instance, and your instance has a lockout timer of 14 hours. So unless you have alts, you'll be clearing him every day, or roughly every 2 days, depending on your kill rate and tenacity. Or if you have alts, you could technically use them. And yeah, pretty much everything I mentioned, you can just do on your lockdowns. I call them your dailies. Like I'm running my dailies right now. Yeah, go ahead and ask away. Been doing Draco 3 times a day since week 1. Only had 2 shawl drops, but hey, I mean that's 2 more than you had from not doing that. I heard that the more people in the group, the harder the mobs hit. So that's specifically with non-respawning instances. So like if you're in the overworld, or if you're in a respawning DZ, then the level scaling does not come into play. It's only with non-respawning zones. An easy way to know if the mobs are more difficult is when you get experience, it'll actually note it in the experience gain that you're getting 25% more experience if there's 3 players, and that just goes all the way up to 100% if you're in a 6-person group. So that's an easy way to know if you're doing the EXP gain. It's not just that they hit harder, but they also have more percent health. And yeah, they're just sort of designed to be more difficult when you're in a group, is all it is. So something to look forward to. Isn't there a bonus too for loot? Yes. You're getting a 25% increase in loot with 3 players, and then it goes all the way up to double the loot if you have a full group with 100% mod. Alright, I'm getting summoned, but I did get the Overlord, or the Overking. We should be alright. Let's pop defensive, do some improved damage. Oh shit, I have my, I don't have my AEs up. That's bad. I don't know if I can put those on while I'm taking all this. Let's see. Not easily. What would be my easiest way to win this? Impurities. I might be in trouble. Let's see. I kind of forgot. I could use a sword. This sucks. I'm losing all these skills, but I unfortunately went in there without any AEs. That kind of helps me, when it comes to killing a bunch of mobs. So, oh well. They can all clear out. Yeah, if you have 2 players medics, you do not get impacted. The game's kind of oriented towards duoing, so if you do non-respawning with your wife, and it's just you and your wife, you will not get any real penalties. I can AoE fear, yeah. I usually AoE this, but I kind of messed it up a little bit. But let's go ahead and stand, fade, and flop. I think I've got all the aggro out. Let's see. I'll wait a few seconds and then stand up and test. Clear X targets. Yeah, I have like no spells right now, so... Nope. I have an issue with the number of mobs on me. I might just escape. it's probably easier just to Exodus and actually load my spells. I kind of messed up there pretty seriously. You know, having spells helps you a little bit. Well, would be funny if they added a player's 6 command, like in Diablo 2. That would be cool. I would love to run with double EXP and stuff all the time. Will I run into issues soloing raid mobs with a Wiz Druid Bard build? I'll be face tanking them. I don't know if that's doable. Maybe with max CACS. I think people overestimate the impact of CACS, just heads up. It's not quite as amazing as people might think. It's good, but with your build, Wizard Druid Bard, you should be viable. I don't think having a tank is absolutely pivotal. I think the bigger question is what is your resists? Because that's going to come into play more than anything when it comes to at least most fights right now, because a lot of them are very trivial right now. Like, I can just walk in there, not run any of my tank stuff, and just blow the shit out of them with spell damage and win. Because you aren't well balanced, though, you may have some struggles, Jason, but playing your resist songs are going to help with mitigating the hardest part of most of those mobs. And the worst case is you're going to have to just balance healing with your druid spells while, you know, doing damage with the wizard spells, or being economical with your mana and leveraging, you know, maybe dots with druid stuff and kind of going that route. But you can make it work, especially in Kunark. The content really isn't that hard at this tier. Anyways, okay. So when you do fear, do you just go to the CT and let the mobs come to you? I could do that. I don't normally do fear. Like, there's nothing in fear that drops anymore that I actually care about. What I used to do, when I cleared fear regularly, which was like classic when I was 50, is I would go over and kill all the demis first, just run over and snipe them. And then once all the demis were killed, I would aggro CT and just kite him while the whole zone's coming, and then just nuke him while I kite him. Because with Wizard, you can use the Solstice Icy Wand, and even though it only does 58 damage, if you have spell damage and crits and stuff, that ends up doing like 2,000 a cast. So every 2 seconds, I'm doing like 2,000 damage. CT only has about 32,000 hit points. And so I can just kite him with the whole zone going. He'll summon me, and then I just keep running after I get summoned, and I could just kill him. And then I just fade the zone and go loot him, and that was it. Because it wasn't really worth it to kill the whole zone, because it just hits too hard and has too many weird mechanics to actually bother killing the zone. So that's pretty much why I never bothered killing that zone. You just pop, yeah, Doppel would work too. There's no real requirement. You can do it a ton of different ways. Alright, so this time my AoE should be a little bit more effective, considering I'm not without any spells. I do want to add some leeches in here. Some soul wells, but I don't know if I'm going to make it before. What I probably should do is just aggro all these guys and then start soul welling here before all the mobs come. Of course he gets a blind off. Why are you recycling the same mobs? There we go. Okay, they're all almost here. Go ahead and run prolonged. And we'll do an imperators and then blow them up real quick. Some more are coming. Okay. Next round. Okay. All the rest of the mobs are almost here. But as you can see, actually having spells loaded helps a little bit when you're AEing. I do have a question. I started my epic last night. I bought the staves and the green oil. I did have the first part of the epic for the faction. Go as far as buying the potion in Halas, but the guy in Aruden won't take it. Yeah, there's some weird flagging that happens when you do the Wiz epic. My general recommendation when you do it is whenever you have a voice interaction that gives you an item, you want to actually keep repeating the voice message. You know what I mean? And just get duplicates of every single turn in. Because if you don't do that, you have to get the note to Arenther. You have to get multiples of them for your second Wiz epic. And if you don't have that, you're going to have issues with... you'll finish the epic, and then your flags will be jacked up for doing it for your second Wiz epic. So, like when I did my Wiz epic, I hailed them like 4 times. Every single message you required, I did it 4 times and got 4 duplicates of each item. And that made it where I could repeat my 2 pretty easily. And then I gave a couple away. But if you don't do that, you're going to end up in a weird state where your flags aren't right, and you have to kind of like backtrack to get the ones you want. Unfortunately. Anyways, we got the queen. Let's grab the grass. Yeah, that's in order to do 2 Wiz epics. So we're done here. Still not getting the AA gained message, unfortunately, but we could actually look at the log. Let's see if I can figure out the you have gained. It is still not in special message. Why 2 Wiz epics? Because each one is giving me 50 spell damage and all these stats. And I'm walking around with about 500 spell damage. Good morning, Mango. How you doing, dude? Okay, so we finished Carners. What next? Yeah, they do share a CD. Well, it's not so much they share a CD. They don't have a cooldown, but they have a 3-second cast time. So you just only need one. But I don't care about the clicks. I care about the stats. They're stat sticks. Okay. We could do... What is some other clears I need to do? Guess we'll do Chardock B real quick. The click nuke is called the Solstice Icy Wand. It might be up on the bazaar. Nope. But the Icy Wand is an easy Kern's tower turn in. Non-respawning. Anyways, we'll go do a quick Carners or Chardock B clear. See, this zone's actually worthwhile to clear for me just because the experience isn't bad. So I'll pretty much pull the whole zone. I usually do it in a couple pulls. I could do Furious though, if I really felt like it. I don't hugely care. What's in B? Korokusk. So right now, your biggest bosses of Kunark are going to be VP, specifically Faradar, and Korokusk. They're basically the hardest mobs in the game right now, and have some of the best loot. So, oh, there's Kriznot. He drops the bracers that I'm wearing. They have best in slot bracers for AC. So like on your warrior, you probably want to get rock molded bracers. You're chasing AC. And the other guy is named Verinen or something like that. Valinen. He's here as well. He drops the armors that I'm wearing right now. And they're pretty good. Oops. I'm actually a little bit in trouble. Let's do Imperator's defensive and try to get this cleaned up here. I don't know why I'm struggling so much. Let's... There we go. I guess that pole is a little bigger than I expected. I can't quite clear this whole zone very easily. All the item drops here, like this Hoop of the Shot In and Blood Spennel and this, they actually sell for pretty good tribute as well. Where's Kriz? There he is. So here's the rock molded bracer. The wrist guard. When it's max, it looks like this. The 60 AC specifically is really nice. How am I healing through that? So it's a mix of Soulwell. Pretty much once I start nuking, I'm getting the Warrior AA of Killing Spree. That's where a lot of my healing's coming from. So essentially, every time a mob dies, I have 80% chance to heal for 500. So when you're mass pulling like that, and you're using Wizard to like mass nuke, you can imagine how much I'm healing for. Because I only have 10,000 hit points going right now. I think when I did that though, I was probably up to about 15 to 20,000 hit points. Because I had Warlord's Tenacity and Imperators going. And basically I just, yeah, I'm healing from killing. But then I use Soulwell for tick regen as well. The only thing I don't like about Soulwell is I gotta be careful about who I tap, because they can summon me, because I'm, dealing damage as I'm pulling. I gotta be a little careful on that. Not a big deal, but... Because if I get summoned, I just kill them then. But... if I'm really diligent, I can do this clear without, the reason I had to heal is I was being lazy and pulling the side rooms. And, all the train of mobs started speeding on me while I was pulling. And I kind of got in an ouchy situation. Like if you see right now, I'm at 60% health, and now I'm at 100. That's all Soulwell. Soulwell is just regenning me whenever the dot ticks happen. And it lasts 60 seconds per mob. And I'm just sort of tapping mobs with it while I'm pulling. That's a Necro skill. Or a Necros item. Anyways, we'll start nuking. Put up Blade Guarding as well. Oop. See, that time I didn't do so well. I didn't have Imperators up, and I didn't finish off the mobs in one pull. So, you know, it's a little dicey on some of the pulls, especially in Chardock B. Wizzy does not, no. The only people that get Killing Spree are going to be pure melee. So like Berserker, Rogue, Monk, Warrior, basically anyone that doesn't cast spells can get Killing Spree. Well, they should be running back. Let me see if I can get a couple taps in before they all aggro. They're all still low health, interestingly. No, I think that's just a visual bug. But I could also just split the pull into multiples, and that'll help, especially now that they're kind of all just running into me. Let's see if I can do that. Or if they're going to hit me too much. They might be hitting me too much. I don't know. It's hard to say. Not summoning, so let me get back to full health and try that again. Come on, give me health. Please. There we go. Okay, let's do a little bit more. Before I die. There we go. Most of my wizard burns are down, so I can't like insta-kill them as easily. And they have more health, so I'm struggling a little bit more. But, you know, I can just kite them for a sec while my AEs are down, or cool on recharge. And then I can just blow them up when it comes back. I don't have to sit there and tank them while my cooldowns are happening, right? Especially when they're not summoning me. There you go. I killed a good chunk. Obviously all these guys reset, but the best zone to AE, honestly, it's probably going to stay Hate 2.0 for a while. Just because of the yellow to red mobs to 60. There's really not a competitive zone to that in Velius or even Kunark. Like, this zone's close, but notice all the blues. That's going to penalize you a lot. The EXP gain from blues versus yellows is pretty bad. Like, if I go and... Oh shit! I pressed the wrong door, apparently. My bad. I didn't realize this one too. How did I... Oh, I hit secondary recall. Derp. I'm like, how did I come here? I must have misclicked. That's funny. That spot right there, by the way, in Trakanon's Teeth, is for these rings, which are pretty good. Band of the Risen Cultist. If you're a spell damage caster, you can get them pretty high. Like, that's a 20 spell damage item. If Bard did, I would be slightly, but I am guessing not. Bard does not. They are a spellcaster, technically. They're not a pure melee. Uh, 250 hit points. Well, that's my Augs. They're giving 200. It normally only has 50 hit points. We are staying broke in game. Do healer AAs affect Killing Spree? They do not. Pretty sure they don't. It's a trigger effect. It's not a proper... Let's go kill Korokusk. I don't have my full burn up, but I do have Frenzied. And I can just tap the ads, I guess. Let's see how this goes. I think I'll be okay. I've done this before. Usually I like to have my full burn up though for it. But like, you see my health right now, that I'm down to 50 and now I'm 100. That's because I'm soul-welling all these ads. So now this guy's pretty tough, this Korokust, and he's going to hit me for a lot. But you'll notice my health is just ping-ponging. And let me get Imperators. Oh shit, maybe I am not going to make it. Let's see. Okay. Let's go ahead and do Frenzied and just blow him up. So right now I have 17,000 health, by the way. And I'm tanking all these guys at the same time. And what I can do is I can kind of whittle them down a little bit. But see, Soulwell is basically keeping me alive. Where I'm healing for over half my health each nuke. Soulwell's starting to fade, so you're not getting as good of ticks anymore. But I can always turn on attack and use rage here. And then lace in some nukes real quick. And switch back to my epic. He's down to half health. Don't know, I might be in trouble. We'll see. Are my... Oh, my soul wells are fading. No! I might be dead. Yeah, I'm dead, because there's not enough soul wells yet. Yeah. I'm just having fun. I'm not being totally optimal. Honestly, I normally don't even solo my dailies. I just go with a group, or at least a duo. But yeah, so I took over 60 seconds to kill Korokust, and then my soul wells faded, and that's why I ultimately died, is I didn't have enough sustain. You know, like the damage coming in was too high for how much you know, because I didn't have my regen going. So I gotta be more diligent when soul wells fade. It seems like tracking is sort of useless. I mean, situational awareness is not bad. Alright, I'll probably just kill these guys this time. How long is it before it repop AA-wise? Or what AA pops? It's what an AA. Sorry, you're being too generic with your questions. I can't, you know, I'm talking about a lot of random stuff, so I need context. Because I'm happy to answer, I just don't follow what you're saying. You're healing? Oh. Well, I mean, I can life tap as well. And arguably I should have on that fight. But I think we were referring to Soulwell. And Soulwell is an item click. It's this item. Necro only. It's an effect. And it's going to give you duration health based on, you know, how many mobs are targeted and what you're doing with it. But I could also go full dot rotation on him. See, I have improved Twin Cast up now and Focus Arcanum. I don't know if that's going to be enough with Resurgence to solo Korokust, because he has a mana drain that's a little nasty, but I should be fine. I could have also used defensive on that last fight, but whatever. So Warlord's Resurgence, 300 hit points a tick. Tenacity gives you like a temporary 6,000 hit points, but then also hurts you for like 300 to 600 a tick for 60 seconds. So it's kind of double-edged. Imperators is a temporary, I think 6,000 hit points? 3,000? Something like that. Anyways, I have 2 ads. I gotta take care of them pretty quick here. Oops. Did I mess up? Come on, get that tap off. Nope. I just fucking messed up again. Talking too much. My bad. Let's go ahead and just run back real quick. I'm obviously doing this like half-assed. I'm not really paying attention. I'm just sort of whatever. Vardar. Yeah. Vardar has 2 resist checks, has a high MR check, so you need to make sure your MR is at least 500. If you don't, or around 500, if you don't have that 500 MR, you can get stunned for up to 12 seconds, which is super nasty. And then the other check is there's a chromatic check where it takes your lowest resist and basically hits you for that damage. And so it's important for you to, come on. It's important for you to have on items that, in general, holy shit, man. You see how hard this guy hits? Kind of nasty. Alright, let's use Imperators. Yeah, when you don't have Solo on and you're like wizard tanking, he's hitting me for 1600 damage with a spell effect. I think I'm not fully buffed, and so he's landing it very easily. I'm having a little bit of a healing issue. So let me use Salt Life Taps. And I just gotta pay attention with Korokust. He's a bit of a bitch. Or he, I don't even know what it is. Okay, so let's get him tapped up. And let's use Rage to reset my health. Okay. And then let's do some clicks. I'll toss on Soul Leech with Cascade real quick. Get to, you know, I'll go a little bit Necro mode. I'll use my Drones of Doom clicky. And I won't pay attention to chat. Because apparently I can't just pay attention to chat on this fight, because she will spot check me on bad damage. Okay, now you can use Improved Twin Cast and Focus. And actually start boomsticking. Because otherwise her fight takes a while. And she is mana draining, so it's usually better just to blow the shit out of her. Oh, I forgot to epic click too with Wiz Epic or Necro Epic. There we go. Basically just stacking on the dots. Put on another leech. Yeah, so earlier I was able to blow up Korokust in the whole room in one pull, but I think I had all my burns up, and so I just burned her before she could blow me up. So I underestimated her, and I was chatting and being half-assed. I've been doing this so often, I just was being lazy. But as you can see, she's a pretty hefty fight. We're doing about, I don't know how my DPS is looking on her. Shin has done 276 DPS. Oops, I'm getting a little low. I almost died there. I gotta pay attention. Too much talking. Alright, there we go. And she drops shit, of course. I mean, not a horrible life tap weapon, but even my regular Scimitar of Life Stealing with the 11 or the 18 delay and the 150 tap, it just works really well for me. So what? Inventory? Oh, it's because I didn't. Okay, I had the item in my bags. So let's go pull this area real quick and then end this DZ. The stun is MR. So there's 2 AEs that PD does. One of them is an MR check, the other is chromatic. The MR check is 12 seconds and is a little easier to resist. I want to say it's like 350 check. And then the chromatic
Thanks for the follow. Medex.
Chromatic 6, magic 12 for the sun's duration. So essentially you want to max out your resists if you can. and it will eat into whatever your lowest resist is. Okay, this will hurt, but I got some soul wells going. Did regen most of it pretty quick. There we go. And let's just go ahead and kill all these guys real quick. Alright, I brought some pets. And I'll let myself regen for a sec while the cooldowns are happening. Okay, now we can do another round. Come on. I clicked the wrong item. There. That worked. Yeah, the Scimitar of Lifestealing drops off one of the random ass mobs in VP. Cool. So we're done there. That wasn't the most clean. I kept dying because I'm being half-assed. But it works. Probably need to go kill Faradar next. I might just run to her. I mean, I could technically still get all the fucking the minis and go for the Augs, but I'm being lazy. Hey, Retro Gamer. My choices of classes are on the announcement for this Twitch, and you can see it in my description. But it is Warrior Necro Wizard. Yeah, see, I'm missing some buffs. I'm only down to 8,900 health. Yep. So this thing's almost done. My new bracer for spell damage. Playing Paladin Rogue Wizard. You enjoying it? That should be pretty fun, especially for like Slay. And it's driving me nuts that I keep seeing the pet bar. Yep. I don't know. AAs, they're good, but you're going to hit a point where you're like me, where it's like you just have so many AAs. Should get secondary forte. Blood magic could potentially be good. I guess I'll get dead mez. I'll never use it. Flesh to bone. Hastened root, I guess. Whatever. Matthews. Yeah, so I've been experimenting with a new project. I'm hoping not to work on it too much today, but essentially it is a packet-based variation of Crit Sprinkler. Alright, so we're just gonna run over to Faradar, I think. I don't really care about all the ads. I don't have 8,000 AAs. I only have 2,700. I have over 8,000 health. I almost have 9,000 this second, but I lost all my buffs. Like, I don't have my HP buff or any of my self buffs up right now. So I'll fix that here in a sec. I am not a GM. I'm just in a guild called Developers for fun. If you ever want to farm Augs, by the way, these 5 Drakes in the center pool here are actually pretty good. Your best bet is to search the Retribution Alakazam and find items that have HDEX. Also, just searching Bazaar. Probably the best HDEX item to just grab easily are these Sea Wind necklaces, because they have about 8 H-Techs on them alone, which is pretty nice. Okay. Is everything off me? Yeah. Go ahead and load buffs. Yep. I'm really curious if they plan to ever nerf that with the heroic decks. Assassinate 1-to-1 ratio. We'll see. Yeah, this spam over here on the left is because I don't properly clear my DPS parser yet. So every single mob that's hit me or healed while targeting me is getting listed here right now. So it's on my clean list. Okay, so getting all my buffs on to minimize my chance for Fire Dart to stun me and shit. So you can see my resists. Cold is my worst at 424. Which honestly, I might want to start. Oh, I already get resist cold, never mind. But it'll be fine. Okay, but now we're loaded. I don't have improved twin cast for 50 seconds. Okay, let's go ahead and nuke. So some of the things this does, Matthias, is you'll notice when I'm casting, there's a bar on top. This is actually a packet-based casting bar, and it actually helps with, like, for example, when I use Mortanum, there's no normal casting, but then mine has it. And that's because that item click, for whatever reason, same thing with like my Spiritus fan braces, they're not showing the cast bar. Same with my Epic. So basically, it's a way for me to essentially fix that problem. Did I not? Yeah, I didn't self-buff with Shield of the Magi. Oh, I had it on. What's killing me? Oh, there's another dude. God damn it. I'm over here just dying and not even realizing it. There, I fixed it. You might notice that I'm in full screen right now, Matthias, right? But actually, if I press the Windows key, you can see my taskbar now, because I'm pretty sure you guys have full screen view, yeah. So this is windowless full screen, borderless windowed full screen mode, which you normally can't do in EverQuest. I made a tweak for it. You can do it with like third-party apps like WinEQ or ISBoxer, but you can't do it with just the native EQ client. That's something I'm planning to put into EQ Core. Assassinate only works on humanoids, so it won't. Yeah, they went in and flagged a bunch of mobs as not assassinatable. They've also increased the level of most bosses, so they're above the 63 that Assassinate gets up to. Assassinate's okay. My biggest complaint with it is you have to. It only works on one target. Typically, I play the game of how many mobs can I kill at once. Anyways, yeah, that would be huge. I've been wanting full screen windowless mode for a while now. Okay, so now I have 9,200 health. That's self-buffed. Okay. Where's Firedar? There you are. Okay, so we'll kill his ad real quick. We are a little low on mana. I guess I can soul well the ad. And then I can follow up with soul welling here Faradar. Let me open up my map, put on labels so I can see when the protectors spawn. Let's go ahead and epic click him, Drones of Doom. Do some quick life taps. Oh, he's dispelling my Demi-Lich. Rude. Alright, we put on... Cool. We have most of my buffs up though, so let's go ahead and we'll start with a Frenzied. And we'll put on Defensive. And Warlord's Resurgence. And now the Protectors will start spawning in mass. And that's fine. because I'll use Imperators here in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and use Death Bloom as well. The moment my health gets low, I'll go ahead and use Imperators and Warlords. Then I'm going to switch over to Improved Twin Cast, Prolonged, and then I'm going to start AoEing. This will kill all the ads. And then we can just finish off Faradar real quick while we're getting mana. He'll spawn the last wave. And then I can just AoE them all in one swing. Put on Rage in case I need it. There. And then we can just blow them up. And they're all dead. Okay, and I got my Bracer, ironically, on Faradar kill. So I gotta fix my Augs. What am I gonna put on him? I'm gonna put an AC Aug. That's good. Okay. And I got a Polished Chunk of Rage. Those sell okay. And Claw of Faradar. Yep. Pretty shitty loot. But we're done here. I don't really care about the other bosses. My lowest resist is 312. Eat so many stuns. Yeah, dude. You gotta get all those stuns up. If your resists aren't like in the 400s at least, you're gonna have issues. He never stunned me once. But yeah, cool. So now that I got the Bracer, that gives me another 16 spell damage. Probably have some Augs laying around that are worth putting in. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a Fire Resist Aug. Here's a Cold Resist Aug. I'll put that in for now because my cold is kind of hurting a little bit. I need to level up one of these shot in baubles. I think I have 2 of them in here somewhere. So let's use consume item real quick. And gets it up to 33%. It doesn't really matter. I just wanted a clicky Bobbing Corpse. Oh, Bobbing Corpse stacks with Dead Men floating. Dude, that gets my resist for poison up to 590. That's interesting. I didn't realize Bobbing Corpse would stack, but there you go. I get 600 poison without any resist shield on. If I put my Shield of the Green Dragon on, I could probably get even higher. Hey, where's my Clockwork Merchant? Let's see. Where's my Shield of the Green Dragon? 602 poison resist. I feel like I'm capping. Yeah, I gotta be capping, because look, that's 60 plus 15 there. Any interest? I'll probably get my 10th ring and do the war, not just 9th. And I don't think it's going to be that great, Matthias, but it's something. Like, I'm pretty sure this ring alone beats it. Alright. So, let me get my other bracer leveled. And yeah, I have a ton of resist gear that I'm actually not wearing. I think I'm capping my poison at this point. Wait, why is this binding? I thought this was... Get some other buffs on. Now I'm up to 9,500 hit points. If you pick up OU, you need your Yunubs. Well, I already got mine. You see this, Yunubs? I threw on a freaking Fragment of Intellect Aug. So this thing is 42 spell damage. So I'm up to 502. Yeah, they're definitely rare. I've only seen one, and I bought it. Again, I don't think Assassinate's that amazing. I mean, the bottom line is Assassinate helps you with killing trash, and trash just equates to EXP, and EXP is not really a big deal. Like, this server is pretty damn casual. Like, you can be any build and just play, and you'll just fucking annihilate. You don't need to be Paladin. You don't need to be assassinating things. You don't need to be using headshot. If you just play a class that's semi-balanced and viable, you should be able to trivialize the server with no effort at all, just by playing and investing time. It's a very casual, friendly server. This is custom, by the way, that I wrote for myself, where I'm wearing Velius gear. This is actually the gargoyle illusion. So I'm like, everyone else sees a gargoyle, but then I see Velius armor. How play if you aren't 30 with 30,000 AAs? Yeah. So at 2,700, I am definitely scratching the barrel on AAs. In fact, I'm hitting a point where I'll be just spending AAs on like shit that does nothing for me. These armor pieces would be a server rush, yeah. What I'm planning to do actually is when Velius releases, I'll probably dye my armor set and turn it into like a different color. And I might even just mod it. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but I have red eyes. And my makeup is a little tweaked. I actually went in and modded my texture. So maybe at some point I'll actually mod the mesh too. Like give her rounder boobs and stuff. No, Matthias. I literally went into and modded the texture for the face. Yeah, Mango. I don't have ethereal form anymore. I took it out, but I can put it back in easily. Like, I can make her a ghost. You think I should do that real quick? I'm pretty sure I have the coil file sitting around. Let's do that, actually. Let's see. Do I have... I don't think I have it open right now. Again, Retro Gamer, I think you're thinking a little too one-dimensionally. I mean, I'm not saying Assassinate's bad. It's absolutely amazing, and if you're having fun, more power to you. Like, I don't mean to, ruin the fun. Okay. Let's go to, I think it's global car that I put in the gargoyle. Yeah, you can see it's GGY here. And what I'm doing is I'm going to set the render method from 24. I believe it's 21. It's hard to say. Let's test. Takes 4 seconds. So when it comes to stats, Retro Gamer, my recommendation is to hit up the wiki. I actually sit down and did a pretty good breakdown of every stat in combats and abilities. So like a breakdown of every heroic stat is here. And a breakdown of every base stat is here. And that'll demystify a lot. Keep in mind every point of heroic dex is increasing the base stat by 1 as well as the strength cap stat. Or the cap of it as well. Okay, so it didn't work. I might have missed the render method. I'm saying, oh, it's just me talking. I thought we need to define these user defined somewhere. It says 24, and I just did 24 to 21, didn't I? So these technically should be rendering. Must have messed something up. Oh, it's the wrong one. But see, these say 21 as well. I think it's this. I messed up. This needs to be 24. Now, if assassinate can combine with a repost disk, yeah, to me, repost is just the win button. But, technically you could build something where you have 2 variances of repost, like rogue, warrior, something, warrior, rogue, wizard, for example, and just basically go into disk mode, and then there you go. Let me set my thing to borderless full screen again. So now I'm a ghost when I'm in this form. But again, I don't even think AEing a zone is that important. So an enchanted sells for about 5k. That's not bad. You main Ranger Rogue Beast Lord with Assassinate and Headshot max, and it's not even that reliable. Yeah, Mango, you gotta get your H-Dex up in order for Assassinate to be reliable. Headshot is like a 10-to-1 ratio, which honestly, that's what Assassinate should be as well. I don't know why, but that's actually from vanilla EQ. Those are illusions now? Yeah, nobody else will see these illusions. They're just me. I like zone AoE because it gives me like 10 minutes downtime to do things like fold laundry. Yeah, I agree. AoE is fun. Okay. Is there any other DZ I need to do real quick before I start coding? We did... honestly, I'm hitting a point where other than leveling items, I don't have anything I need anymore. I got my pants. So let me just go do respawning. I already did shawl. And I already have a shawl, so it's just a money item. It's the only reason I do it. Like, there's my shawl. Which actually, I might be over capping some of my stats with resists. I can't tell very easily. So, one thing I don't like is that the base stat calculated here is technically including the 65. So it's hard to tell if you're over cap or not. And the same problem hits here. I should actually give that as a bug report. because it's making it hard to deduce what exactly is going on. Yeah, prime time. Velius should be fun. I'll probably be very chill and honestly still farming a lot of the shit in Kunark when Velius comes out, because minus like I do need to start researching my min-maxing for Velius. And yeah, I keep all my resist shields for that reason, Furtbringer. Furtbringer. I don't want to hit that chromatic. Okay. Come here, everyone. Damn it, you snared me. Rude. Something I haven't used in a while is my Painbringer. How does it do anymore? Yeah, it's doing okay. It's doing like 2300. It's enough to like kill shit. I just hate having to target a mob to melee it. It's too much work. Is there a way? Yes. Is it easy? Probably not. But I do have a project I'm about to start working on, and I'll do it right when this when these mobs get cleared. Getting to swap one big dragon for another big dragon for the juicy drops, but there is a lot of odds and ends in places that'll be strong due to the... Well, technically, I think one of the harder fights in Velius is actually Bristlebane and Avatar of War. So I wouldn't say it's just dragon replacements. Alright, let's do respawning. Yeah. So on live, they have hide corpse always, and that basically does the same thing. It would be the way to do it. You override hide corpse and add new features to it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if I can sustain against Avatar of War. Because I'm not sure. Alright. These Elder Flames actually drop Augs. That's why I'm actually bothering with them. Yeah, Bristlebane in all of Plane of Mischief is going to be 2.0, so it's relevant. Some of the BIS stuff's going to potentially become from there. There you go. Mana Aug, but meh. Not a good Mana Aug. Alright, I don't care about any of you. I've never gotten to do POM. I'm pretty sure, by the way, to get to Plane of Mischief, you can just do it from Great Divide. The castle. Oh no, they fixed that. I think it's now back in TOV, unfortunately. So I guess secondary recall might be useful again. Didn't on live, and every emu server I've been on never had it, or it was broken. There's another Elder Flame. You have a theory to use DS? Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think it's funny people are selling or buying damage shield Augs for another mana Aug, because the game hates me. Okay, that works. I want to kill all of you guys. Give me the last primeval. Okay. Yeah. That's a foreign idea to me. Oops. Hey, Cam Bam. But yeah, guys, I'm about to get into my farm spot while I code. So now that I killed these guys, I just check for an Aug. Oop, there's one. We got a legendary disease Aug. Not bad. Sadly, I don't think resist Augs sell for very well. Yeah, they're only like 450 plat. Though there's no legendaries up here, I imagine I can sell it for like 5 to 10k. Anyways, but now we go AFK for a bit. Okay. Had a solid weekend with the 50 Bard Wiz Ranger. I can now do 2 of a third Nadox pull. Nice, dude. Are you just kite killing them, or are you just tanking them? Tanking Nadox is actually kind of hard. I've tried to do it without Furious, and it takes some damage. But you don't really have to do that. That's more of a, you know, state check. It's kind of like a fun thing to do. I'll keep THJ cast up, and we're going to be working on RF2+. And we just need a D target. No targets. There we go. I guess I should turn on my webcam. Make myself a little bit more entertaining. Give me one sec. Candid and BB won't take the oil. Kemen won't take the potion from Hala Swamp. You may have to backtrack even more, Jason. You may even have to redo the whole freaking epic. It's not a hard epic to do, but just make sure if you repeat the whole epic, whenever you have a message that gives you something, spam that message and just get as many as you can, like the notes and shit. Anyways, give me just a sec. Let's see how the webcam looks. Looks good. Let's go over here. This is the in-game one. Noticed my character, my hotbar keeps moving. I think I might be moving it. So you can see me. Hi. But yeah, when I'm in game and I'm in the mode, you see this. You guys can see your chat. Oh, look at my chat's weird too. Twitch chat elements is locked, but you guys are locked in a weird position. We gotta move you down. There we go. So yeah. Got my hat on. But now we're gonna go back to full screen, which puts me down on the bottom right. And you can see a little bit of a leak below me because I have the full screen borderless. That's something I need to fix. But I guess it lets you see chat going on in the bottom in game. Cool. So let's start my project. What time is it? 7:30 in the morning because I'm Pacific. That's not too bad. Okay. Sounds like you're getting your stuff figured out. So here's my vision. I'm going to start this program with a very simple CLI variant. Yeah, that's another thing that's going to hurt you pretty bad with the whole turn-in, is the very last turn-in hurts your True Spirit faction by like a significant amount. Prime time. Which means that you have to go get True Spirit faction elsewhere, but then there's a bunch of variables in there too that are having to be reset. But I don't think the faction check for True Spirit is too often. But I looked at it a while ago. Obviously, I finished my 2 epics. But yeah, as far as doing yours, it's a little tougher. I don't know your whole state. Cool. So for this program, what I'm envisioning, we'll write some notes on the side for a sec, is that 1, you're going to have some, ROF2 plus, adjective, or I guess context switches, or commands, and then some args. And some of those commands I'm thinking are like, just verify, which is like a fast file size based verification pass to look for essential files not in sync. Then there'll be like a deep verify. We may even call this check. Check is like a cleaner word. This is an probably MD5 or maybe like an XS hash. There you go. And then we're going to have essentially like a patch command. Though we need to have like a term that differentiates applying the 2 sources into it. So maybe applies original files from ROF2 manifest and ls archive to target directory. Yeah, WYSIWYg's just really old primetime, and so it just has that lingering, like even Q globals, nobody uses Q globals anymore. It's a deprecated way to do it. And I would argue Kanban, let's actually look at that real quick. So spellcasting Fury Mastery. Is totaling 17% with rank 11. But this is a very expensive AA. I think your better bang for buck is actually going to be improved familiar. Because when you max it, you get 12%. So you get 5% less, but it's only 4 ranks. And the cost per rank is a lot cheaper. Yeah, spellcasting Fury Mastery is a chance. You are talking about like destructive fury. So destructive fury gives you a 60% damage bonus to every nuke. Yes, and you, well, I wouldn't say you get 100% because there's this modifier system now that's a little different with improved familiar. They did a nerf. Remember that nerf for wizards? You should actually look at the numbers a little differently now. I don't think he actually puts it here there. He just says increase to spell damage. So he kind of genericized it. He actually could put the raw numbers in there. And yeah, Arcane Destructive Fury is another one. But see, Arcane is 9 ranks and it only gives you 10%. So like if you're asking for like what's the best bang for buck, not necessarily per AA, but you know, for raw stats, this is 60%, where this is only 10%. And if you go to my AA page and you go to like Arcane Destructive Fury, you can see the ratios for AA cost. So this is 60 AAs to get the increase to, what was it? 10%. So 60 AAs for a 10% crit spell damage increase, right? Improved Familiar maxed is giving you a 12% increase to damage. Because even though it says 112, there is a check in the server code that actually takes that 100 system and nerfs it. I don't know if I have it offhand. I shouldn't be working on this, by the way. But I'm just doing a quick look, right? So where's the cap thing I'm talking about? It is remember seeing it. These are just additive bonuses. Then you have chance, but we don't want chance. We want the limit 2 on chance, which actually causes the damage bonus. There. I don't think it's this spell effect type that actually getting used on these. But it is, I think, the 115. Where is it at? Okay, I shouldn't be diving deep into this, but essentially there's something in here that's causing a weird nerf cap thing. So just keep that in mind. The 100 is just the base. Anything over 100 is the base. So 112 is really just a 12% increase. Exactly, Big Z. And that's what I'm trying to say here is that technically Improved Familiar is giving you a 12% increase in spell damage because of the limit 112. Good morning, Astern. Get Wiz Epic for Rune on run. You can really pull a ton more. Yeah, absolutely. All right, looks like we got repop, so let's do that real fast. Why is this mob got so much shit on it? Interesting. I think it's because it's sharing my spawn ID or something. Going well? Resting? You're asking me. I need to clear the hate. That's super annoying when all my mobs are so stacked down on the Xtar list. That's also really annoying. Why does this mob at 207 have so many mobs on it? It looks like this was me pulling and all the mobs that were hitting me. I think I'm not flushing DPS properly. On zone. So here's another magic rune, og. Come on. There it is. Another one? Yeah. Okay. Let's just hit Bazaar real quick. What's causing the hailstorm on you? It's because every time I use my single target nuke, I'm applying cryomancy and pyromancy, and that's what's causing that effect, if that's what you're asking about. So, okay, we're getting out of server. I need to stop ADDing and hit back my little program. You can buy the parts for the Wiz Epic for like 20k. I did it just collecting gems off swarms. Yeah. Honestly, I think you can buy a Wiz Epic for like 30k. I don't know how much they go for. Yeah, you can buy an entire epic for 29k. So that's probably easier than doing the actual epic if you have the flag messed up. Dude, Zolly over there. Been following me for 10 years. Jesus. Old school. Veteran. There's Funk. What are you up to? Okay. So Bazaar will be returning soon. Let's go ahead and just run check for first. So, I'm going to probably abstract out all of these functions into packages so that when we apply a GUI on top of this, the GUI can just call these different functions and not have to be tied into any specific integration. And yeah, because I think that would be my best bet. Cool, so we're back. My mob is not spammed with data anymore, hopefully. And okay, so we're gonna make check into a package. And check is going to be very agnostic. It's still going to need arguments though. So we're going to be like function check, and you're going to want like just path, and if there's a failure. Then we're going to have a like report or a summary. So this means we need a muxer. And summaries will be an array and probably have a summary struct in it. And summary is a result list from the last check. Why is this? Oh. Probably shouldn't do that, but that works. Only because I'm a Fashion Quest nerd, but will translucent mod be available for THJ for others, Raffle? So, if I had to guess, what's likely going to happen is that um, this project you see me working on right now, creeping, uh, is to allow everybody to get what's called ROF2 Plus client, which hopefully will be a term that everyone starts calling this, where you take ROF2, the one that everyone has currently, and it downloads generically a bunch of assets from the latest manifest of Larian's song. And that's it. It won't actually impact the ROF2 client and experience, but it puts all these other assets in a ready-made state where server owners can tap into them at will and not necessarily worry about the players being able to have an in-sync client. And when this project's done, when RF2 Plus is done, probably my next goal is what's called a client-side modder, which is a bigger project. And the client-side modder will give server owners the opportunity to distribute ways to modify S3Ds and EQGs without conflicting with copyright problems, is the point or the goal. And that would include like adding translucent mods and stuff like that without having to distribute the entire S3D. The perk to that is the server owners can bypass liability, and the players don't have to download huge files. It'll essentially treat every S3D as like a zip file, and the contents inside can be modded on at will. And this is actually an infrastructure I've been envisioning that would fall into a third category, which is player-driven client-side mods as well. So like if you want to opt into certain features or opt out of certain features, you can leverage this client-side modder to kind of cater to your personal experience. So like you could even treat this, which is currently just for me, as a player-driven client-side mod, not necessarily server-driven. I'm just doing it for myself because you guys can see it, so you guys kind of benefit from the experience. So that's like the different tiers of projects that I have kind of planned in the long term. The problem with the client-side modder and the ghost feature and all that junk is I have to get my project called Quail in a stable state, right? I have to get it to the milestones I need to get it to, and then I need to get it stable, because if I'm going to make a client-side modder, I need to have some sort of foundation that I can rely on, so that I'm not like having to constantly update and give players a bad experience with maintaining it. I saw someone ask about ISOBoxer the other day, specifically for Scrooge Can Borrow This. The answer was a very strict no. Yeah, so I don't have an ETA on that, Jason. It's not my priority. But as you can see on my screen, I do have full screen borderless right now. There's a couple bugs with it, and I'm probably going to add that mod to EQ Core. And the moment I add it to EQ Core, Kata can optionally, I'll probably just PR into Kata's client side mod, because he's using EQ Core as his baseline still. And then he can just accept that, and then you guys will have a full screen borderless option. Everybody will, just by playing on THJ. So yeah. By the way, my stream says I'm offline. That's weird. Let me refresh my window real quick. I don't know why it's happening. One moment. There we go. I have an ultra wide, so I'm not particularly interested in it. Even with viewport, it would be a ton of wasted space in order to maintain a 4:3 aspect ratio. It's a good question. So what happens when you use full screen borderless is that technically whatever this video mode is set to is what's going to be honored. If you go into EverQuest right now, if you're in game, and go to video modes, with your full screen ultra viewport, whatever, what's the highest resolution option here? Don't accept it, but just look while you're in windowed mode. And if you can see the highest resolutions that your widescreen does, that technically means that once my full screen borderless happens, you should be able to get a proper widescreen borderless. So your native is listed there, which is 15. Yeah. So I imagine whenever you switch your resolution to that, the game just looks horrible. In theory, with full screen borderless and the way I'm applying it, you would be able to set that video mode and actually experience it properly. I say in theory because I don't know what all the implications are to it. But at least the way my canvas renderer works should actually do it. Yeah. It would be fun to throw my little patch in there. I just move my UI off into the blank spaces. It would be tempting. Jason, would you be interested in trying it real quick? I don't know if you'll actually even be able to run MQcast as is very well. But are you technically savvy? A little bit-ish? Because I can give you a copy of this binary. Okay. And I mean, other people can play with it too. Just disclaimer, it's a mess. Like, this is a not ready to be released project, you know what I mean? Yeah, no worries, dude. I actually need to give it a repository name. What I'll do is I'll put it in Crit Sprinkler for now under my theoretical release that I have down here. So as you can see, there's a test file in here. We're just going to toss it in here temporarily. So this thing normally needs libpcap installed, and I'm assuming you don't have libpcap installed, so I don't know how it's going to work. But I will run you through how to set up the full screen windowed borderless. I wouldn't rely on this app just yet, because again, like, this is just experimenting. I'm curious how the experience is, because there's bugs. Like, for example, this thing is not amazing, because like if you look at my screen right now, you see on the bottom how you can see EverQuest? The taskbar isn't overlapping properly. That's a bug with how I'm doing windowed borderless right now. So I don't really recommend using this in the long run, but we can just verify what the canvas looks like with your old screen, ultra wide. Are you able to hop on Discord, by the way, Jason? It'd be cool to share screen and just, double check your experience. Okay. I just want to do a quick spot check. All right, so you are, what is your name? Are you Silverthorn, Tribnor, or just group one? Because I don't know your Discord name. Jason from Earth. What Discord did you join? Oh, you're on my Discord. That's even better. Got it. And I assume you're cool if I stream your screen for a sec. Okay. You can probably hop off the Twitch audio for a sec or mute it. Cool. Okay, so this will just make it easy for me to walk you through the ever so fun like you can see how wide his screen is while we're watching. Holy shit. So did you grab my binary yet? I did in, oh wait, you're right, I didn't. Give me one sec, dude. Okay, so again, for others, you can download that, but I don't really recommend it. It's going to be a mess. It's not really ready for you. Anyways, if you snag that file, the THJ cast. Yep. And if you... I'm interested to see if it's considered a virus and stuff too. That happens on occasion. Got EQ pulled up. Yeah. You're perfect. Okay, so we're gonna do a few steps. Hit you can let's go ahead and prime EverQuest real quick. So go to EverQuest and type Alt O. Yeah, you got a virus warning on it, of course. So go to display. Okay, so go to video modes. Go ahead and set it to the highest res you got and hit apply. Okay, and if it doesn't work, that's fine, just ignore it. Okay, yeah, you got this gross, just ignore that for now. Okay, so next, you have, I can't really see your screen very well, so I'm just double checking it on mine. Turn off overlap Windows taskbar and turn off allow Windows resizing, the one right above it. Yeah, turn both of those off and the overlapping. Okay, that's fine. Now, do what you need to do to start my THJ cast. So see where that download happened. If it didn't, do your virus checks. Yeah, more user run anyway. Okay, you're gonna get a systray icon in the bottom right. Go ahead and right click it. So the program did, no, you didn't get the app. I think it started and immediately closed or something. Do this for me. Start up a command prompt. And go to the downloads directory real quick and just run THJ cast from the command prompt. We're going to just do some console checking.
Yep.
Okay, what is it saying? I can't read it. I mean, I can see there's some message there. I was right. What is it saying? Oh, WP cap. Got it. Okay. I think what you need to grab, give me 1 second, I'll tell you the dependency. I could make a standalone app real fast to do this, but I think this will be faster. Grab WinPcap. I'll probably make this part of the install later. I can like package it into my DLL, but I'm not bothering with that just yet. Yeah. WinPcap, just grab the installer because it's going to install a, if you're not familiar with WinPcap, it's a Wireshark dependency. And it basically allows packet sniffing. Okay, now you got the program. Now just hit the set thing to windowless borderless button. See it in like the center-ish? Set EverQuest to windowless borderless. Okay, so as you see, this made it full screen windowless borderless. However, your rendering is still showing just the canvas. Let me see. Go to video modes again.
There we go.
Okay. Did you just go into video modes and applying made it work? I can hear you, by the way, when you just talked.
Oh, okay. I thought I turned off my audio.
No, I can
that's
hear you.
easier then. I just had to turn off my viewport, that's all.
Okay.
It's still stretched a little bit.
Okay. Double check the resolutions. Go to like, what is your native
It's still
resolution?
open, but I'll open it again. 5120. It's still set to that.
Okay. Double check your refresh rate and like
It's
empty. Okay.
Yeah. And bit depth is empty too.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Mhm.
I think so. What we've done, I think at this point, have you tried running FOV at all?
No, is that part of your app or something?
No, that's native on THJ. If you do FOV, I don't know if this will work without you rebooting, but if you type /FOV, I don't know what number you even use, but let's try
It says scale. It says 45 to 90.
Yeah, I don't even know which ones.
It's a range.
Try like 45, I guess. Okay.
All right, that was 45. That's 90.
So 90, you're getting the fisheye effect. And when you go to 45...
Yeah. 80 is a little bit better.
Okay. And like, try rotating. Like, I just want to see how the... Yeah, you're still getting a weird fisheye effect, huh? But I mean, it is also widescreen. So, but yeah, see if you can fix the, to make the viewport a little bit better. See, if you go to 45, it's zoomed in a lot, but you at least don't have as much fisheye. I don't even know what this looks like to you.
Yeah, especially in the like the outside edges of my monitor, everything like really gets much larger.
Yeah, try like 60 or 70, Big C said. But essentially, by tweaking your FOV, like obviously when you get in zoomed in more, it's less fisheye, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But at least now, with full screen like wireless, you can, or wireless, windowless, if you press like your Win key, you can just hit Windows. See what I mean? It just starts up Windows and you're not having that flicker every time you come out of full screen.
Yeah.
But then also, you are rendering the full canvas now. Obviously, there could still be some improvements, but you are running ultra wide full screen now, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And were you having issues doing this before?
No, it's just that you want to stick to 4:3 because otherwise it gets weird, stretchy, and skewy. So
yeah,
I might see if there's like a 4:3 that fits in my resolution that doesn't waste a ton of space.
Yep.
Or I might just bring the edges in a little bit from the far left and far right and give me a place to put my UI that's not covering up my actual display.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But regardless, you can start seeing at least it does work at least on the perspective of what I wanted, which is, the native EQ window by just pressing that button now has full screen borderless. It doesn't fix widescreen per se, but it is actually, rendering the whole screen properly at least.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's not terrible.
Yep. And I'm not saying you need to stick this. This thing's a little annoying, the app and the experience you just did, because whenever you relog, the window's going to be in a weird state until you reapply THJ cast. So
gotcha.
I don't really recommend it, but I just wanted to test it, and it is working, at least in perspective of what I coded. So that's good. Yeah,
that's cool.
And just for fun, now that you have THJ on, THJ cast, let's do some other quick testing. Can you open up that settings window? Mm-hmm. Select your device, your network device, and hit capture. And go ahead and go in game and just con a mob real quick, like consider, and then now try casting a spell. So you can see on the top left, you're starting to get data. So target info is coming up. Do you see a spell casting? Yep. Yeah.
I do. I'm casting Celos. This is casting spell 717.
Yeah. And the spell is because you haven't loaded your spells file. So if you go back to the settings window, you can literally set EQ spells file. Just set it to your EverQuest spells file. It's just spells _US. There it is. Yeah. And then lastly, yep.
Yeah, it's still in the top left.
No. So go back to the settings and you can just adjust the position of it. It's one of the windows, adjust spell bar. It's like that or something. One of the top ones. I don't know.
Show cast bar adjust.
And then
and then I can just move it.
And you can resize it. You can do whatever you want.
Gotcha.
And then you can hit the test button and you can actually see it in action without casting.
Yeah, I see it here though. I'm casting Celos.
Anyways, and so that's cool because that shows that my packet sniffer is working for you with relative low effort other than the dependency.
Yeah.
Cool. You're the first person ever to run this other than me, so that's why it's it's like cool. Woo, it's actually kind of working. Yep. And then there's if you zone real quick, you'll actually get spawn data because you know what I mean? If you cold turkey start the app and you haven't zoned, I don't get all the data.
Yeah. So I remember when you found out that you can get your spawn ID by conning. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I was there when you figured that out. That was a neat trick.
So now you can see on the top left some of the intel. You can see the target data now.
Yeah.
So cool. So it is working, like to the level of what I've coded so far. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
Anyways, cool. Well, again, you may want to go back to your 4x3 and, probably even Just
Yeah.
exit the EQ client, and pretty much if you exit and restart, you'll fix the full screen windowless borderless. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
cool. Thank you, dude, for testing.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'm hopping off. Take care.
All right, same.
So that was good to hear. Good results, and promising to see that my effects and effort I'm doing is usable to the level of I expected. So I definitely need to add Crit Sprinkler back into it, adjust a couple of my positioning things. Like right now, you can't position the DPS window, and the AA gaining is broken still. It's got problems. But the fact that things I've coded are working is awesome. And yeah, of course you got a virus alert. That's probably because of the packet sniffing logic and the fact that I'm setting a path and it doesn't have an icon. It's kind of hit or miss with applications that I self-build on their legitimacy for virus detection. But if you've been watching my stream, you've literally seen this project from get-go and pretty much all the code. So, because I've pretty much streamed my entire inception of it. So I really haven't had an opportunity to inject a virus or anything into it, unless there's one on my computer that's, magically injecting it, which is unlikely, but not improbable, right? But that aside, cool, dude. Let's go ahead and continue this project. And are you testing it out, Big Z? Again, disclaimer on that THJ cast thing. It is totally broken. Like, you're never going to see no AA gain go away because I'm literally haven't coded it. But it's all in settings, Big Z. So if you go to the start menu and you see the sys tray, there's a settings button that should pop up. And if you click that, you get this little casting settings bar. And that's where all the junk's at. You'd be interested? Yeah, it's available. I think you can just type UI. There it is. I think my map needs to be updated still. Maybe I should do that real fast before I fully dive into ROF2+. Let me check where it's at. No, it's good. The only thing I kind of cleaned up was some of my code logic, but I never actually finished that. So yeah, the new map should be there. Or not map, but the map window. So it's filtered already, Big Z. So just go to your EverQuest directory, scroll to the bottom past all the folders, and you'll see spells.us.txt as a file option to select. That's all it wants. It's basically loading that to understand, because on your packets, I don't actually see the spell names. For packets, I only see the spell ID. And so I use your spells file to do a lookup, because that's exactly what the client does, is when your computer, or when the client starts, it loads your spells file and then uses that in memory to translate spell IDs into the names. So that's why I'm having you set that. I think down the line, I may even, see, that would be kind of cool. That's a big project though. Distractions. I was going to say, I could load your current UI file and load the assets and actually render UI elements over your UI. You know what I mean? So all my stuff looks like your normal UI. Okay, so the next check, Big Z, is you need to be able to identify yourself. And in order for the program to ID you, you need to con a mob. So just go con any mob, consider even yourself, I think, and then try casting. It's not polished creepin', but it is available. It's called Crit Sprinkler. Some of the issues, I listed all the issues on the release that I currently know of, and those are still pending. Things like if you have dual monitors and you try to run EverQuest on your non-primary monitor, the Crit Sprinkler can't render there properly, and other little quirks like that I have to clean up still. But I did get a release out for it. Anyways. Cool. So we're going to run check. And on check, we essentially are going to lock the directory. We need a context, actually. Need to be in a zone where I can cast detrimental spells, maybe? Well, you can just self-buff. All you have to do is con one mob, so it tells you, like, this guy regards you indifferently or whatever, and then just cast, like, a buff or something. And it'll probably be in your top left corner if you haven't set its position yet. Because that's at least what Jason just experienced. Still didn't work. Did you start capturing packets? So, like, sorry, I haven't really seen your scenario, but, like, you know how there's a capture button and then you have devices of your network? Make sure that you've selected the device and hit capture. Because if you haven't started network capturing, I don't see any of the events. This isn't super intuitive yet. Like, I've just sort of been throwing shit together. So I may need to walk people through all those experiences still. Like, for now, I'm just throwing literally on the fly all my features. But down the line, I'm going to probably have to come in here and, kind of step by step you better. Because it's also possible you've selected a device so like you can see in my case, I have like 5 IP addresses or 4 IP addresses and a loopback. If I select the wrong device, there won't be any network activity, which I might actually put on here. Like, you know what I mean? An indicator that this looks like EQ traffic or not on this device. But whatever. So yes, you have to select a network device. You have to start capturing. You have to set a spell file. You can adjust your sizes and stuff here. Seems like a great framework for an accessibility UI for people with vision issues. Yeah, potentially. The pet bar is still really bad. The cast bar, I mean, it works. It's not, I literally have just been coding this each day a little bit more and a little bit more, trying to get it, fully working. But anyways. I really should, if the DLL error happens, tell you that in the boot up of the program, but that's, again, another thing I'll do. We had a pepcac here. It's all good. Again, this wasn't really ready for mass consumption. It's literally just something I've been throwing together. Since most of the EQ retirees, yeah, Cambam. It is actually true that I should target a accessibility option as people, start losing their eyesight and stuff, making things louder and better. Hey, Martins. I am working on my RF2 Plus, and also I did a soft release, like a quiet release of I call it THJ cast right now, but really, I I need to give it a better name because it's going to end up probably with a lot of cool little features. Yeah, there's a way to say it, Jason. Anyways, I did a soft release of that. That's the stuff where like you can see my casting bar. And some other data points that I'm doing. But again, I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a close function like that. Okay, so one issue with this is the check is constantly running the mux lock. We actually want to just only run it when we're doing check. And then we're going to iterate the directories of path. So these are quick running apps, right? So I do like a quick read lock, quick read unlock, boom. This one is just a real quick write lock to, start cancellation. And then this one is instantiating cancel real fast with a lock. And then we are going to iterate files. I might even do this concurrently. Check is going to be very fast though. Deep check is the one that's going to need to go concurrently to make it speed up based on your disk IO. So yeah, okay. So what we need is, I got a message on an app I never use. Okay, so file path. Is it walk directory? I think that'll do it. Yeah. And what we're actually going to do, normally I do this inline, but we're going to do it like this. You going to get them all? There we go. Throw some context on the failure. Cool. So now we have an iterator. So one issue with this iterator down the line, I might do osdir for that one. Yeah. Check also is going to have a master list. So how do we do a master list? I was actually thinking of like FS, like EFS, which is the EverQuest file system. Having an interface in here that things can inherit. I was structuring this out in my brain, but I'm not going to worry about that just yet. We need to do a if we do a select and just check if it's done, we run that on occasion and that'll cause cancellation on each FI check. D doesn't have file name. Oh, it does. What is info? Is info actually being checked? Ooh. It wouldn't be very hard to break it. What was your breaking, by the way? In what way did you break it? Okay, so we got repop. Let's work on that. Changing window mode while everything is running, it freaks out and won't pull the settings window. Yeah, the whole windowed mode thing is kind of like patched on there. It wasn't really the intent. It was just like I was writing the program and I was like, I would like to have full screen borderless. And so I tossed it in there. You can see the spellcasting delays aren't always perfect right now. I think it's because the packet hadn't been received yet. I don't know, like that's perfect. Boom. That one, a little bit of delay, but actually that was perfect too. Never mind. But yeah, I wouldn't. So like that full screen borderless option, I'm probably going to take out soon because the plan is that we'll actually have that on built in to the client. So you don't even have to have this program for that feature. So I wouldn't even treat that technically as part of the program. That's just a little side thing I've tossed in because I was annoyed when I was streaming that I couldn't use the entire canvas of my screen when OBS was capturing. So, if I find time, I'll write it in C++, because the Win32 API is actually pretty easy to work with in C++. And doing that in EQ Core, basically I'll just add a command that, lets you do like / full screen borderless. Focus effects that change spell casting time never actually update the visual. I have spells that will complete when the bar is at like 20%. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening with me, Matthias. I don't know if you've been kind of watching, but like if you watch right now, the bottom bar ends at about 20%. Do you see that for Lure of Ice? Do that again. And the top bar ends a little too late at this time. That's typically, like that one worked perfect. But see, what I'm doing internally with this program is part of the desync issue and like what exactly that's fixing has to do with a auth packet from stats. So like if you look at auth stats, this is a packet that's being sent to your client, and all of the spell times for every gem is actually being stored on this. You can see here. And I'm actually getting these auth stats and storing it. And then when a cast happens with a gem, I'm showing you what the server is informing the client. So in theory, minus bugs, because my code is new, it should be in sync with what your true cast time is. The client does cheat though. And what I mean by that is the client actually starts the casting when the packet to go out to say, hey, I'm casting starts, where I don't start my bar until the server responds with a, okay, you are legit casting that spell. So like if you watch, boom, in that case, they're nearly identical timing. And we'll try again, boom. It's still about identical. But there is moments where the bottom bar starts earlier because the client to server has a little bit of a lag time. But yeah. I play full screen because my screen gets super dark when I go windowed. Yeah, I don't know if this would fix your issue, Kanban, because it's technically still in windowed mode. It just looks like it's full screen in windowed mode. It's called full screen borderless or something in games. Anyways, let's continue on my little path here. So we're checking a path. We got the sizes. I remember back in the day having to stop and turn before casting when aggro kiting. The turn seemed to force the client to update the server that had stopped running. Yeah, there's like Delta things going on, and I don't know. Packets are weird. At one point, I'm going to actually probably expose more on THJ cast. Like, I'm actually planning to display XTAR data, and I'm curious, XTAR data versus in-game client XTAR data. to see if some of these bugs where you have like lingering corpses on the list is a client-side bug or a server-side bug. Because I can reflect that just by showing the data on both.
Thanks for the follow, Keith Gnome.
In the same kind of intent with, hey, thanks for the follow, Keith the Gnome. With what you're talking about, I could actually write, see, this is a little in the questionable realm, but like I can make it where your spell bar while you're casting tells you your offset based on what the server sent on your position, because it actually sends that in the packet when you start casting. So like if we look at the packet for begin cast, or actually is it cast spell? Yeah, it actually sends your position. And we could actually put that in real quick just for fun. Like if we print out the position now, oh wait, am I not capturing it? Oh, it's because I haven't considered me. So it says cast spell. Oh, I'm not getting cast spell on this specific packet. There. So you can see my position as at the starting of the spell cast is this weird position. Let's do this. You guys are so distracting me, but that's okay. It's fun. All right, so we're going to con myself. We're going to try to cast a nuke. And we should get cast spell as a packet. We are not. I don't get what causes cast spell or not. It's interesting. There it is. So cast spell is reporting my position as 0, 0, 0. Which is interesting because I am not at 0, 0, 0. Possible my packet's off. Yeah, Big Z. So it's a slippery slope. In reality, I have a ton of data that I can see. And whenever I start getting into like positional data, I need to make sure I get permission and there's no concerns of, exploitation. Because like one of my big visions that I would absolutely love to introduce is, if you're familiar with WoW, there's an add-on called TomTom. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but like TomTom, where is it at? It's just a simple little arrow that tells you where you need to go for your next objective. It's a personal navigation assistant in WoW. It's very simple, provides a nice set of functionality. So essentially, you get a map that tells you where to go somewhere. And I could use something like this to allow you to, like, for example, if you're working on your epic, people could contribute YAMLs that basically teach you how to do an epic thing, and you can just follow the arrow to do all of your epic steps. And I could technically tell you the exact position of the mob for the quest turn-in, but see, that's a problem with spawn data and positioning. What instead I would do is the general position of a mob. Like, I'll tell you where it's spawned at, and that's it. Like, I wouldn't be able to, you'd have to find out where its delta is basically how I would do it. And that would just be a safety precaution, because I don't want this to be too good, But I thought that would be a cool thing. And you can also add your own waypoints and just use it as a little system to have on-screen helpers. Which AUG do you farm in VP AC? I forget. I don't want to make MQ2 plus. What's kind of cool about the app I'm running right now, though, is I'm not touching the memory of EverQuest. So MQ2 actually is modifying the data of the EverQuest memory space, and it's also actively reading memory data. So the approach is a bit intrusive to the actual application. My program is closer to show EQ. Like if you remember back in the day, you could run at show EQ on a second machine and then, promiscuously sniff packets and show a map on a second computer. So that detection was really hard for the primary computer. That's technically what I'm doing here, even though I've made it where it's supposed to be ran on the same computer. And I've gotten the thumbs up, at least on this server, to, distribute this and kind of use this. But anyways, unrelated, but the waypoint guide in Ghost of Something is the greatest one I've ever seen. The cherry blossoms blowing in the wind in the direction you need to go. So that's cool. We don't need it. That's cool. I've used show EQ and didn't feel bad about it. MQ2 is a whole different monster in my opinion. Yeah. MQ2 easily can turn into abuse. And trust me, like when I use MQ2, the junk I'm doing, yeah. Oh yeah, so I'm farming the Statogs. They're super rare. Yeah, I won't go too deep into like anti-cheat and bypassing security and stuff, because it's just, you know what I mean, it's an ecosystem of potential bans. But I will say that especially the old school way of running show EQ on a second machine that's totally detached and is just sniffing packets that are coming in from EverQuest, that's nigh impossible to detect. When it's on the computer, depending on their anti-cheat, they can check for processes. Like I believe P99 does that. They actually have a process list. So like if you have a browser open with porn, they actually can see that. Which from what I understand is technically illegal on the stance of what you're allowed to do as a program. Like if they were a AAA company and they were doing something like that, they have grounds for suit, like a class action lawsuit. But I don't know how far that would go, and especially because P99 is so small, you know what I mean? The impact and implications are a lot less. Yeah, Gadriel. And it's probably because they did something crazy. Honey pop them up. Yeah, like if you go stand on a location and they have pattern detection and you can only see that with show EQ, that's different. But what I meant is if you have show EQ running in the background on a different machine, and you're not doing things actionable based on it, it's nigh impossible to detect. But if you're doing behaviors based on show EQ, that's a different story, right? Good thing I'm only in 40K rule 32. Yeah, like unfortunately any app that gives you an advantage and then you leverage said advantage, it doesn't fix stupidity. Like you can't, you know what I mean? A program can't masquerade your taking advantage of something. But yeah, exactly. GMs would honeypot a mob under the zone and see who would approach it. Yep. Matte filter custom was nice till they shut it down. It still works, dude. Matte filter custom Racnor. There's every Racnor mob in the zone. The only difference is that Racnor is not showing mobs that are outside of your visible range. Like, you'll notice there's a bunch of Racnars right here, and I can't see them because they're, yeah, see, the moment I walked over here, it pops them up, but they are considered mob until you're in range. So custom still works. My favorite part of P99 GMs is when you see two people get ported into Unrest for the fountain test. Yeah, it's based on your tracking, exactly, prime time. They did that with CT a handful of servers ago. It was pretty damn funny to watch. Would that range increase with tracking? It does indeed. It also increases based on situational awareness. So like I have it maxed. So 50 points of that is essentially. When LS comes out, that will be the end of MQ2 with Warp. You think so? I'm not fully sure what all Larian Song does for anti-positioning. But I mean, there was a lot of liberties taken with original EverQuest on client-side authorization or authoritarianism, meaning the client states and mandates where your position is and where you're going and things like that. And over time, they've added things to help mitigate it. And obviously EQEMU has been improving its anti-cheat as well, but not to say that you can't still leverage exploitation. But again, I don't want to talk about anti-cheat too deeply or cheating. Pretty sure map stuff got fixed immediately after I told you about the map filter when you were doing the Peggy cloak. Yeah, it was around that time that it got fixed. I have some pals that did 6box and live with whatever program they used to bot on cars. I haven't seen them in a while. Yeah, I mean, even IS Boxer is gray area, depending on how you leverage it. Tracking is janky, though. My Ranger was at 200, got the Masteries, and he's at 300, and it feels like he doesn't track as far as the 200. Yeah, I imagine some of the formulas are still jacked. You know, CAD is not perfect. And yeah, server side is ideally where everything should be, but, you know, over the years, they've been improving it. So we need to design a checksum system for a fresh ROF2 client straight out of Steam. Probably the best way to do this is I'm going to hop on Steam and do a manifest download. I recently pinned this actually. So if we go back to the Larian Song and we go to pins, you'll see I have these steps. And we're going to actually possibly even follow the steps right now to download Larian Song if we need it. So that's 12.513. I could write an app later that detects this and gives you progress, because I should be able to do that. Oh, I have. Oh, by the way, Dragon, by the way, look, my C drive is not in the red anymore. I have it down to half. Are you proud of me? Of course, now this guy's getting pretty high. But I can fix that. I'll probably transfer over to this dude soon. Take care, Gadriel. Got loving the server, spent all weekend on it after hearing about it. Right on. I hope you're having a blast. So there won't be a 6 to 54 warping into my camp or on top of the bars of live. Yeah. Who knows how good it's going to be on live. When Mischief launched, the amount of people warping to epic mobs was freaking wild. Yikes. Casual would spawn and like 15 mages would insta-teleport. Jesus. Being triggered subsides. All right. I promise I'm working on this, but I guess we're waiting on a download. Hopefully this doesn't impact your guys' experience. But so what I'm doing right now is I think it's going to go into Steam, program files, common, maybe Steam apps.
I_Tyron just subscribed.
Let's see. I think I need to do... Hey Tyron, thank you for the sub, dude. Thanks for the Prime sub. Super appreciated. I actually forget what the default directory is when you install. But I want to say common Oh, is this the manifest? It's not the cache. Heck, what am I doing? It's literally right here. Okay, so these files are currently being written, and you'll notice that a lot of them are 0 kilobytes because it's doing a pre-cache write, and I'll be able to detect that. This is actually the Lorien song one. And yes, thank you, Jason. So essentially, I'll be creating a system where I'll look at your location, probably using registry of we can do a search real quick for Steam and see. So like these are registered programs. I don't know what find next is. Edit, find next. You can see the endless programs I've installed, but these are all the open command things. I should probably get out of open command. Yeah, regex, regedit, same difference. So here's the MUI cache. This is too far too. I don't need all this. VR chat. I tried that out at one point. Code. Did we? Oh, it's still searching. One of the last steps in the install guide to move the directory where you want it. So the RF2 client probably won't be where Steam thinks it is. One of the last steps in the install guide is to move the directory where you want it. The ROF2 client probably won't be where Steam thinks it is. I think when you run the downloader, and you do it through the depot download, it doesn't matter. So here is something that might be insightful, but I don't think that's what we want. What is this? This is my run history. This is the display icon for EverQuest. It's just one of my random games I play. I should honestly just look for like a Steam folder, because this is literally like searching every single app. And again, we're back to Asprite. Yeah, I might look up. Yeah. Another issue is that the depot file is 205.711, right? I think because we're going to be leveraging two different manifests, we may need to tweak the depot downloader a little bit. I have to think about this. There's an implication to this because depot 205.711 is going to have two variances. You see this? Because I need to actually keep a snapshot of the ROF2 client as well as a snapshot of Larian Song. So if we go to download EQROF, we can actually see the manifest is going to be this for this download. And the problem is, I think you can specify the target when you run the depot downloader though, with Steam. I think they have it documented. Nope. At least I have to think about this a little bit more. What I could do is when this finishes, which by the way, if we go look for EverQuest, this is going to be the latest, and it's going to install to like EverQuest, you know, free to play. And then the one we are currently working on is in content. I have to think about this a little bit more. The easiest fix is that I, with my validator, can move the directory and let you know which one you're missing. And we'll just have a default naming convention for it. And then if you aren't using Steam, because this is technically optional, even having the Steam resource, but I can actually tell you the manifests. So essentially you're going to have this command and this command. Interesting though, I'm actually telling you to install, oh wait, yeah, it's 192 actually. So these are this is basically ROF2 and this is LS. I can identify them just with a checksum of the EQ games in the directory. And, you know, I can identify if it's a vanilla client or not. And you could technically use this program to validate any ROF2 program. So I haven't used Git or GitHub in years and have a question about it. Can I bug you later today for some quick help? Don't want to distract you even more while you're working on this. I mean, you can ask, and if it's not an easy answer, I'll just maybe delay it and you can ask later. But if it's an easy answer, I'll just answer to it real quick, you know? Yeah, this brings up a question. We can work around this. It's not as clean as I was hoping. I'll have to see if I can make a depot downloader unique folder name. Oh, I'm typing. I'm like, why can't I move? Okay, you need to come over. And then improve twin cast, frenzied, kabooms. Congrats on your whiz epic, dude. How far back did you have to backtrack to get it done? Oh. Gotcha. That was just your first. Nico over there. KS and Erinter. Speak of the devil. When I hit open Steam console, oh, that's kind of cool. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so anyways, I might cancel this. Can you cancel? Oh man. How does download item work? See, I could do deltas with download chunk. I just don't know if I can batch it. Is this based on the SHA? That means if I go into, let's say, this manifest, and we look at every file, this doesn't tell you the SHAs, unfortunately. The DL from the depot took a long time for me. Yeah, Darius. I might have a trick for this. I just have to think of how I can make it clean. All right, let's test this though. Can I get a listing for the download? Ooh. Failed to read file eqgame.exe from 25. Okay, what other depot commands do we have? Verify chunk store. That's cool. The chunk store requires app ID, then depot ID, then the data file. And this is probably run app depot build as specified in app build file. That didn't work. I think this is not what we want. What is app build file? build file tool is likely to upload. Let's see if ChatGPT knows what I'm trying to do. In Steam console, can I create a depot download specified, or with only the files I care about? We're working on a project involving Steam. You can configure depots to include only necessary files. This requires developer level access. You can create a filter. This is post. Okay, so this might be all server side only. Because like this command, download chunk. How do I find the SHAs? Does this have the SHAs in it somewhere? I could do that. By the way, just curious, is this still downloading properly? I'm at H. Yeah. It's still writing. Cool. Another thing you can do to verify that is go to disk activity. And you see the, oh, my memory is kind of high. My disk activity is really low, actually. But if we open up the resource manager and go to disks, we can see that there's a lot of writes happening on, like there's the whole holiday. That's a way to know if it's downloading, by the way. Which I'll probably add something like that onto my tool. Can you expand in Steam how the download chunk works? Let's see if ChatGPT knows this. Oh. It's kind of needed, Matthias. Like, but then again, I trivialized Kunark within like a day or two. It's probably going to be roughly the same for Velius. I might need some gear, but like, if you're playing actively, it shouldn't be too hard. This isn't good. See if anybody has done this. I believe you still have to do the quest, and you have to get the talismans. Or so Depot Downloader is doing the checksum systems with each chunk, and chunks are the 1 megabyte, sections, and it adds to the needed chunks. The problem so the checksums are SHA files being created in the directory? I don't think so. Yeah, there's no SHAs in here. Is there, maybe that's like a cache? I don't think there is. Hmm. Wonder if East Waste and Great Divide will have echoes for Ring War quest light. You can see every echo, by the way. I need to dump that, to be honest, on the wiki. It's in one of his plugins. I forget which one. I think I need the spawn ID to find it. Let's actually search plugins. Actually, I think they're just using spawn locations for every one of them. So it's a database query. And it's likely in global. Here's your killed merit system for UMs. UM event scale, drop chance. Con color has to be white, yellow, or red. And you have a chance probability. Sends the sound and does the loot event. And you get a Slayer credit process no matter what. So offer standard instance. What calls this? They didn't do... So in theory, this is it. So let's go to THJ wiki and we can toss that in and then we can iterate on it later. Because that's been needed, right? So we got teleporter, echo, and let's get teleport, toss it in here. What are they called again? Echo of something? What are the non-responding thing? Echo of the past, thank you. This shouldn't take me very long, I'll do it real fast. So echo of the past locations. If I put echo of the past, does that screw up the window width? Nope. Okay. This is going to be echo of the past NPC. It's fine. Echo of past. Let's go grab the WebP, copy that real quick as echo. Put that in here. I'll be really fast. Echo of the past is an NPC that allows you to spawn non-respawning or respawning instances. Non-respawning instances do mobs no longer respawn after death. If a mob has an excess is equal to or greater than 2 hours, they will appear only in non-respawning instances and overworld. Not respawning instances. After the third player joins the expedition, each player past 2 hours. Well, it's not, it's every respawn timer of a mob. Mobs can be exceeding 2 hours. After the third player joins the expedition, an increase in loot chance, mob hit point, mob damage occurs 25 per player. First 2 players excluded. The 3 players would be 25%, 6 players would be 100%. It's a little wordy, but you get the point. Respawning instances. Locks out for 14 hours, I think it is now. Locks out for 2 hours. Basically. Anyways, all this junk aside, we're going to just make a listing of every zone now. Echo of the past can be found at, and we're just going to go boom. And we'll spot check this real quick. And we'll also take out the forward slashes. In fact, let's do that before we go here. Okay. So, let's do some spot checks. So like Vishan is in here. What is another zone? Like we know Trakenon doesn't have it. That's correct. Torrigan has it. Seb has it. Skyfire, Sleepers. This looks pretty good. Kearns, Honor, Hole, Airplane. Does Befallen have one? I've never been there. I know Unrest does. I know like Kedge has one. This looks pretty accurate. Cool. Well, feel free to review this wiki once it's up. You should be able to quick access it, by the way, with this link. It's not up yet, though, so give it a sec, and then it won't 404. So, like, how does ST work? It is post-awakening, so everyone has Ancient Prismatic, and you just kill the warders, and I don't think the sleeper ever wakes. The sleeper's in the middle in a dome, but he never wakes. You just keep killing warders over and over and over, and that's part of your flagging. Yeah, you get all your order flags. I think so. You're talking about like Scepter of Destruction and stuff? Yeah, the warders normally don't spawn after awakening. But yeah, I think Scepter of Destruction drops. I remember there was tons of them. Scepter of Destruction drops from the warders, of course. Or Shrana. And then the warder spawns in Sleeper's Tomb. Yeah. It's not super complicated, like the whole post and pre stuff. You don't have to like hold off on killing the last warder or anything stupid. So shouldn't be too hard to work your way around it. I killed it in Retribution, and I killed it in what was the other zone I killed it? Or I killed it in Alpha. Beta, Velius wasn't out long enough, and I didn't play Seasons. So pretty confident what I just said, but if anyone clarifies it from Seasons knowledge, let me know. Because, you know, they could have modded something. They tend to do that. They'll, like, you know, tweak things in weird ways. But, like, from what I understand, you can't get Primal. But I could be wrong. Here's a Fire Resist dog. Only 6, though. But anyways, I did toss up a... whatchamacallit, someone's pinging me where... And I'm just going to let you know in the Wiki Boys. Message of the Grove and Progenitor do spawn. I think all the bosses spawn, dude. The Fire Can shows Lego versions pre and post, so that's why I was confused how it goes. Maybe it's with warders, but warders drop pre and post loot maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure honestly. I didn't get super, you know, in depth with all the nuances. Yeah. I remember in Retribution, when Lucklin first came, or sorry, when Velius first came out, there was the problem of, well, actually, it might still be that way, where Overworld is pre and instances are post, but they're not like 1-in-1. So, for example, Warden orders are in both, and you get like Primal in Overworld, and then you get Ancient Prismatic in Instance. Something like that. I don't know that for sure. Don't quote me. If anyone here played Seasons and has memory, you probably have more up-to-date knowledge, because Velius Seasons is probably the most up-to-date knowledge we got right now. I was under the impression. So Warders are pre-awakened. Ancients are post-awakened. Maybe they have echoes for both. That would be sweet. Yeah, Big Z. I don't know if you played Seasons or not, but yeah. We're kind of waiting on this, by the way. So it looks like Chunk is no good. We need to figure out, and I am working, by the way, on this program. I'm just really slow because I'm trying to make sure that this is as easy an access and process as possible. Because I already know for a fact these are going to override each other, and that sucks. Not end of the world, though. Because once we have LS, I can use that to create the +1. You're slow because I keep getting distracted? No, not really. But yeah, kind of it is. Okay, so we're checking the path. We have the file sizes. We need to create a checksum system. I'm probably going to leverage the same thing as file list builder. Why don't I have that repo? I think this is the latest. It's a really simple program. It does not have XX3 though, so refresh please. Pull down the latest. It's not generating the manifest. What? Did I branch it? Yeah. So this has XX hash. And XX hash is actually a little faster. So, yeah. What we're probably going to have to do is once we get this scaffolding done, we'll create a deep check summary. Then I'll use this XX3 scanner. That's all I need. And then, okay. So we iterate all the files. We get all the file sizes. I need to bake in a fresh ROF2 listing that has essentially, let's do like, let's call it like checksum. And in checksum, there'll be ROF2, and there will be LS, and then there'll be like patcher, and we're also going to fix the word checksum because that'll drive me absolutely bonkers. Okay, so each of these packages are going to have, do I need them in subfolders? I probably don't actually. Anything, what I should do is this. So checksum is a package, and we can pull a file from this.
Thanks for the follow, Thunder_Corey.
Thank you for the follow, Thunder Corey. Much appreciated. We're we're just chilling out and doing some killing of drakes for Augs while I code a new ROF2 Plus client manager. So checksum will have a function that's basically like file size, and then you put a path or the file name, and it returns a int64 only. I don't think we need an error. And for now, we'll just return 0 because we haven't written the rest yet. We should also put a context. And context will actually be a const. It'll be like context ROF2. It's just iota. And then we have context ls. And we have context patcher. And now this, we need a type of context. I don't want to call it context though. This is there. The IntelliSense for Go is really good compared to other VS Code. Yeah, it's, well, in Go in general, because it's so strict, I love that it's like instant and it just works. It's not perfect. You get glitches on occasion, especially when you like paste a shitload of code over via generator, but really not bad. Go please is what powering it, and it's definitely worthwhile. Technically Goland is better, which is part of the NetBeans, JetBrains stuff. NetBeans is one of them. JetBrains is the actual program company. Anyways, so we have these contexts, and then we're going to have a struct. We'll probably store each of these structs. First, we're going to make a muxer, and each of these structs are going to be we're going to be like ROF2 checksums, and it'll be a map. And it'll be like checksum entry as a point of reference. And then we can go ahead, put checksum entry as a struct. We can do the same for the other two. And then this checksum entry will have probably MD5 hash. We can have an XXH3 hash, and we can also have a file size. We can go ahead and make these. This just basically makes it so we always ensure these are made. We don't really need a instantiation. I think pointers are great because it helps with memory safety. Like you're not bloating your code by passing, structs around and making shadow copies of it, having to deal with it being modified or not, right? Because of the shadow copying. As well as concurrency is amazing because it improves performance. Golang actually makes concurrency really easy. And then mutexes, you don't technically have to use mutexes. You could also use channels, which is normally recommended, but I like the granular control of mutexes. So that's why I usually do that. So, and especially with defer, which is a Golang concept, there's similarities in like Python and all the different other languages, but oh my gosh, is defer easy. Essentially, like whenever you do a write, if you do a defer, the moment this function exits from any return point, it does the function call that's in the deferral. Anyways, so essentially we're going to switch the context. If it's CTX, I don't like inline checks like this. I know Go can do it. I just don't like it. A little bit of boilerplate, but super easy with that. We can actually just return -1 as a default failure error. Nerd snipe command for Zachary. What is nerd sniping? Help me understand that term. Cool, we got another repop. And it just counts the number of times we hashtag got them. I could add it. I don't know if I can do counters easily. Maybe with Steambot. That's something I'm planning to do with eventually, probably after I finish my DPS parser on MQ2 cast, is whenever a major mob dies, right? Like if Faradar dies, it will send to stream a summary of the DPS report. Like it'll tell you how everyone did on damage. I can automate all that, and that would be badass. And if you're technical, the way I would do that is Streambot is a little app that like congregates all of your different integrations, and it has a WebSocket listener. So I can just send a JSON package to it from THJ cast. So the moment the packet is received of the death of a mob, I can take all that tallied data from DPS and send it over and give a summary of like how much damage everyone did. I think that's cool. Anyways, back onto this. So we now have an iterator and a file size return. We now need to rate a MD5 hash returner, which is just auto completes it because, you know, predictable code. So now we have these builders. We're going to write a test file that just basically is called, let's say, checksum test. And what this test file is going to do is we're going to generate checksums on Larian Song. So in order to do this, we need to do the whole file walking like we are in check. But we need to have more control over the generated data. So essentially, we can just call this function. We can even hard code the program directory. Yeah, that's fine. Just temporary. We walk the directory. Do it inline actually. I don't normally like doing this, but because it's a, you know, just for a test, we can essentially copy paste this code, take out the context cancellation, and we can do a fatal on any failure. Why are we getting a syntax error? Missing return. Okay. So in this case, we're going to take this directory. I should put them forward slashes, but that's all right. I think it'll work still. And we're going to generate a entry for these files. I'll probably just make a text file. And again, we can defer writing out, and then we can go ahead and write a string that says package checksum. And then we can go ahead and, yeah, it knows exactly what I'm doing. LS checksums is normally an entry list like this. We're going to probably move this out of the file. And it's instead going to be this file. Or at least soon it'll be that. Let's just fix errors real quick and put this back. Okay, everything's happy. But we're going to go ahead and say var ls checksum equals a map. And then we iterate the errors, or iterate the files. And we're going to just create an entry, but it doesn't know how to do that yet. We do need file list builder again, by the way. Because I have two easy helper functions in here that help us generate MD5 and XX3. So we could just make those functions in this function. Like this. Cool. So now we go MD5 error equals MD5 generate path, and then XX3 generate. Then we get file info, and then we write this isn't a key value pairing, is it? Path is correct. We want just the file name though. Yep. And you just need to be file name. And then these aren't just gonna be strings. They're gonna be, this will just say, I think MD5, what's the struct name again? MD5 hash, 63 hash, and file size. Yep. Finish the writer. It done, I guess. That's fine. Cool. So, check some errors on being able to not import this. So let's just run that real quick. Anything else? Nope. Okay, so now we can just run this test. It's going to generate a text file. We can go ahead and git ignore text files in here because we'll never want to version these. It tried to iterate the directory, but it didn't do any entries. Why not? See, this is what's cool about having this in a debugger is I can debug. So it's probably the backslashes. There's a way to fix it, but I'm too lazy for that. Oh man, I don't have my rerun test option. Gotta fix that. All right, so let's run a debugger. We're still not calling the path. Succeeding too much. I'm mostly just smiling and nodding through your code. I understand a few of the words. Are you generating MD5 checksum of EQ and comparing it to a refresh ROF2 client download to confirm the correct version of the client is running? Yeah, basically. Essentially, what I'm doing right now is I'm generating Larian song and a checksum file that'll be baked in to RF2+. And I'll be doing the same with the RF2 client. And then I'll take a delta so that only assets are being grabbed from the Larian song version, and then all the other files are from ROF2. My warrior necro whiz can't kill Farah with 1400 AAs, run out of mana around 40%, 40 to 50%. Why are you dying on Farah with 1400 AAs? What level are you? So, how are you running out of mana? Okay, so you're level 60. What are your resists at? Are you getting stunned at all, or are you just fine? Okay, so first step is you need to get those resists, because stunning is horrible. Yeah, so that means one of your resists is low, because that's a chromatic hit for the 6-second one. The 12-second is just MR. So, you know, maybe grab a Shield of a Green Dragon or Red Dragon or White Dragon, depending on what resists you're missing. Or Shield of Rainbow Hues, if it's just in general you have low stats. Yep. And, well, the 12 is prismatic. But I meant the 6-second one. Oh yeah, the 6-second one is the prismatic strike, yeah. But that aside, the 6-second stun's going to be annoying, but what's your spell damage up to? Okay, so you're hitting a couple issues. With low spell damage and low resists, I don't think AAs are going to save you alone. Yeah. I mean, you could probably do it. What I'd recommend, if you have 1200 AAs, like what I find to work pretty good, is you hit... Make sure all your burns are up, and that you have all your burns, especially necro or wizard burns. And sorry, one sec. Let me kill these first. Okay. All that for no ogs. So, depending on your spell power, which seems like it's pretty low, you're going to have a little bit of struggle for high sustained DPS. So you can go the slow burn route. And the slow burn route is you get Cascade of Decay and use Leech. You ideally get some item clicks, like definitely use your Death Speaker Staff and keep that Leech on them. If you have a Demi-Lich, that's great. If not, it's not required. And essentially, you want to keep Cascade on him perma. He doesn't have a ton of health. And you can focus on just using low-level life taps. And with 1200 AAs, you should be critting enough that you can basically sustain yourself just with that. And just spam life taps, low-level life spikes, and do a slow burn. If you get stunned, it shouldn't be a big deal if you are just tapping constantly. And the first spawn wave, it's not a big deal. You can just throw a Soul Leech, Soul Well on him, and burn him down real quick. Continue. When you start getting to the low mana or the lower health of PD, you shouldn't have any mana issues at that point. And if you do have mana issues, you can Death Bloom, or you can actually Death Piece during the fight. Let me show you what I mean. So let's say that I'm low on mana and I'm fighting this Ragnar, and I'm like, oh shit, I need mana and my Death Bloom's not up. What you can actually do is feign death, and then right when you stand, press C for your mana convert and use your mana stone on stand. So basically, to show that in more action, is you go feign death, stand, mana convert. You see what I mean? And if you do it quick enough, Feign Death, Stand, Mana Convert, nope, sorry. I'm not very fast at it right now because there. You can not even give them an opportunity to regen because you're standing up too quick. So if you do this, Life Spike, Feign Death, Stand, Mana Convert, Life Tap, Feign Death, Stand, Mana Convert, you should never have mana issues. Just get used to doing that trick. Because there's a split second before aggro engages again that, correct, Xiao. But you can get around it if you feign death. So, Death Piece, Stand Up, Mana Convert, can repeat. So if that's a mana problem, that's a way to get around it. Alternatively, if you have Death Piece, so there's your answer. Get a Mana Stone. Death Bloom. Death Bloom is even more ridiculous mana regen. But to get full usage out of it, it's every 5 minutes. And you're going to be taking 1,000 damage a tick to get about, 6,000 mana? But you can use that without having to do the dance. So there you go. Alternatively, you can use Summon Companion to do the same thing. So like keep a merchant up when you're fighting. You just go summon, Mana Convert. Summon, Mana Convert. Well, that time I missed it. Well, and it doesn't help that Summon Companion has no, it's a % succeed, but you can see I'm doing it pretty much every time. That's probably even easier since you don't have to stand after, but that is an option as well. And most classes can do that. That doesn't require you to have Death Piece. You just have to have a pet class, and you can do what I just showed you. Death Bloom is a duration, not a one-time use? Yeah, dude. You haven't noticed how it works? Let me show you. I'm going to use a bunch of mana and kill myself a little bit, and I'll show you how it works. Touch of Night is still not doing the cast bar use it. Dude, you are missing out. You don't understand just how amazing that skill is. Let's see if I can get my mana down. Alright, let me show you how amazing Death Bloom is. So I'm going to just burn all my AEs. You know what I mean? Let me nuke my pet. And just get my mana down. So I have 9,000 total mana. And I'm burning it down. I'm going to get down to like 3,000. So this is how Death Bloom works. Look at my health bar on the bottom, right? I'm down to 50% mana and I have 100 health. Or 100% health. Currently down to 4,000 mana, and out of 9,000, that puts me like just under, what? You know, I'm at 3,000 mana, and I have 9,000 cap. So I'm at 30% mana, and I have 100% health. Okay, I'm going to hit Death Bloom. So a buff will go into your song bar, boop, and I can inspect it. And every tick, I'm going to take 1,000 damage and get a 600 mana back. And you can just watch my health drain, and that's giving me 7% a tick in mana for 1,000 damage. Doing it in a battle is kind of tough because you're taking an extra 1,000 DPS and runes don't affect it, and nothing else does. But if you can risk it, or if you can just spam your healing and overheal, then this isn't so bad. But this is 100% just Deathloom regenning me right now. It lasts 60 seconds, so I'm already halfway through it, and I'm up to 72% mana or 75% mana, and I'm still draining. I still have 27 seconds left. I'm at 82% mana, and I'm about to potentially die. So I'm going to use like Imperators, right, just to get a little extra health. And I'm at full mana, and I still have 8 seconds on the bloom. So I have 2 more ticks of it. So it's technically 6,000 mana over 60 seconds, which is almost an entire another mana bar if you can survive the DPS from it. Yeah, Deathbloom is huge. Deathbloom is every 5 minutes you get 6,000 mana. It's not quite as good as Enchanter, just because Enchanter has the ability to you can summon 1 Azure Crystal, and then pre-fight, do the fight, eat the Mana Crystal, and then when you get to low mana, use the Mana Crystal via, the AA, and that'll give you, I think, 6,000 as well. So the real problem wasn't I can't kill Faradar. The problem was, how do I use my class to maintain mana? And I just told you 2 tricks that potentially, if you combine all 3 tricks I just told you, you'll never have mana issues again. Specifically, if you can get all your item clickies for life tap dots, you can lower your mana usage to like nothing. I kind of don't want Deathbloom to be fully described, Big Z, because it's so amazing. All right, I don't want it to get nerfed, but anyways, now you know. Back to coding. Well, I've said it multiple times on my stream. Most people on stream understand you're going to see a lot of things that make Necro, Warrior, Wizard look broken. But the truth is, if you just investigate and look at all of your skills and really test everything, you're going to find all sorts of broken shit on every class. You know what I mean? And that's kind of normal. It's fun because everything's broken. If anything, if your class isn't broken, that's more of the sadness. And ideally, Aporia gives that class something to make it interesting again. Yeah, exactly. And generally speaking, if you take the AAs out of the picture and you just look at my 3 classes, it just kind of makes sense, right? The Warrior brings defensive, the Wizard brings damage, and Wizard's biggest Achilles heel is mana management, right? You can burn, you can blow your wad, and then you're sitting around waiting for mana, right? So that's where Necro comes in, because Necro has the slow burn top DPS. So if Wizard can't maintain the mana pool and blow it up fast, and I can't kill it fast enough for my pool, then I switch over to Necro mode. So like in your case, Big Z, without even using Mana Convert or Deathbloom, what you can also do on tough fights is just take a step back and take advantage of your Necro kit, meaning you go for Leech, which has Cascaded Decay attached to it. Keep Cascaded Decay on all the time. Use a low-level Fire Nuke and trigger Pyromancy, because then you get Pyrometic Ignition, which is essentially another Cascaded Decay Luke. Plus, you're also going to be doing your Prismatic Strikes, which is good damage for like the barely, any mana cost. You want to toss in all your other dots, put Scent of Darkness on it, use all your item clicks, Soulwell, Demi-Lichal Cap. If you do all that, you can basically kill a mob and never go below 98% mana. If you lace in life taps as well, you can sustain and tank as well. But you see what I mean? Like, you can do economical DPS, and you can also just do full burn DPS. And I like that flexibility. And if there's ads, you just Soulwell them. Can you help me break Paladin, Monk, Rogue? You're broken, Martins. That combo is amazing if you're killing undead. But once you stop killing undead, Paladin isn't shining as much anymore, because that's like its one trick pony. I know there's talk right now about improving Paladin heals and like the 100 hit point heal mechanic. It probably won't ever compete with what's being offered by SK with Mortal Coil, but it at least will become more relevant. You don't have a stun mechanic, unfortunately, with with your other two classes that you can tap into. So you can't take advantage of that AA, the one that makes you heal whenever a stun's occurring. But I don't think the Wiz Epic is pivotal. Or sorry, the Demi-Lich Skullcap is pivotal. I honestly forget about it often. It's just a nice click. It's just yet another click. And what's nice is when you're doing a lot of fights, you're getting 122 a tick for free, basically. And if you stack that, here's a Garnet of Constitution, aka shit. If you stack it with Warlord's Resurgence, I like the fact that I can press 2 buttons and get 400 hit points a tick. Basically flat. 400 hit points a tick is nice. No, heal amount doesn't impact regens. It has to be like a insta-heal click thing. So like, for example, Celestial Regeneration isn't impacted by heal amount. If it was, I would be God. It's nice in this Vexing Replenishment is? Let me see. You're talking about the duration tap? No, because it's going to be the recourse. I don't think it will, but let's test. It's easy to test. So right now, my base hit point regen is 50, right? This is supposed to do 122 a tick. So if we go kill a mob and we're only going to use Vexing on it, come on. That puts me up to 172. And if we look at my hit point regen, 2297, 18. Oh well, let me kill him real quick before I die. Which I might die. I don't tap. There we go. Give me a second. Okay. So I'm at 3797. 3797 to 3969. Yeah, at 172. It's exact. It's just the replenishment amount. So if we take off 170, or if we take off Vexing, it'll go back to 50, 172. Yeah, it's 112. It's exactly what the description says. Actually, it's less, 122. Sorry, I'm doing math wrong. Nope. That unfortunately is known with like all the different regen recourses. So Celestial Regeneration, Rabid Bear, Divine Avatar, Warlord's Resurgence, they're all hit point regen mechanics, and they don't get anything from healing. Like, healing amount doesn't impact it in any positive way. I don't know if it tells you heal regen here too. It does, it's 50, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate because we're using Edge. Hey Zero, how you doing, dude? And even if you were getting 187, the ratio wouldn't be right. Because like I would be getting a shitload because I have 267 heal amount. Because Because, like, for example, if you do dots, a non-crit dot is adding 131 damage. Or sorry, it's adding 251 damage every tick because of my spell damage. And if you add on crits all apply full spell damage amount onto the modifier. So, do you have the headers for the spells US? Yeah, it's actually going to be the same as the Ikemu docs for spells table. So this is relation. So the schema on this site is going to be the same for what you're doing, because the spells new database is a reflection of the spells file. So there you go, dude. All right, back to coding. So why are we not getting into this? Let's run a debug and do breakpoints. So we write this, no problem. We run into this. It's calling each function. There's no error here. If it's a directory, it skips it, which in this case, it's the folder, so it's going to skip it. Is my path wrong? How's my patch doing, by the way? I'm at V. If the directory or the directory entry, I think it's because I'm doing the wrong call. Yeah, I think it's walk, not walk directory. And then the function is going to have to be tweaked a bit. What is the walk path, walk func arguments? So we now have info. That should fix it. No, we're still not getting files. Let's see if we can figure out why. So now we have the file info. Yeah, this is right. I think it's because I'm skipping the directory. I want this just to return nil. And I think even walkdir was fine, but let's test this again. Yeah, this is taking longer. All right, so your vexing was hitting for 2.1 a tick on crits. Mine is doing, and I have all crit AAs. I don't think I have dot effect. Is that really making that big of a difference? Oh yeah, dude. So the modifier for crits, let's look at this. So 380 base, and then my crits were doing about 2177. So this is my focus effect is running for Twinge of Pain. So not affliction haze, power of suffering. Burning affliction is going, as well as the spell damage. So there's a modifier where when you're doing normal hits, spell damage is halved. But then when you crit, all of those modifiers are being stacked in a way. But yeah, get your tribute, get the focus effects, and also ensure your spell damage is as high as possible. Otherwise, your dot crits are not that impressive. But spell damage makes your spell crits and dot crits are really good. It's why I'm trying to max the stat. I'm almost there. I need 250 more. Woof, I just learned I could kill Nadox any by accident. Didn't realize I was about to spawn it. Yeah, he's a pushover. Okay, so now we have this file generated, and what this has in it is the XX3 hash, XXH3, the MD5 hash, and then the file size of every single file. We need to create an exclusion list now, or an inclusion list. But see, now we have, let's do context equals ls, and then sprintf every single context usage to use context. So same here. So context is just, in this case, the placeholder for, you know, what the file is going to be called. And that should do it. What if the depot on Steam changes in the future? Well, if it changes, then it'll add a new manifest to it. Manifests are basically like snapshots in the code for what's in Steam. So like if you look here and go to the manifests for EverQuest, where is the manifest? Depots. Doop. There. No. Damn it. Go back to here. No. Okay, I lost the page. I want the 5711. No. There. So there you go. So these have not been changed for over 12 years, some of these manifests, and the entire ROF client, roughly 11.8 years ago, had been using, well, actually it's this one, 11.6 years ago. This is the manifest that everybody is based on. And you could have just downloaded it from ROF2 back in that day, but because there was a manifest snapshot, this is the official version that everything's based on. And the 2015 ones are actually TDS snapshots, which we were planning to put a client on, you know, the EQMU server devs were. And then we are actively working on Larian Song right here. And what ROF2 Plus is doing is it's creating a new ROF2 based client that can pull in assets from the Larian Songs manifest, so that you have this base client that then the server owner can leverage assets that are out of era and manage all of the client-side mods via Patcher to then take said assets and not have to do copyright headaches, because you as a client are obtaining all of your assets legally through EverQuest and their Steam downloader. And then it's basically taking all those files and organizing them and making it so, yeah. My general hope with this process, once I'm all done, is you can take the ROF2 Plus client and run it on any server. So like, even if you're running a server that normally just requires ROF2, Plus isn't impacting your ROF2 client experience, right? All it's doing is it's dangling all these assets that can be tapped into if a server wants to. So it's just more assets on the ready for a server owner to leverage, once they require ROF2. Yes, exactly. So for the longest time, there was a gap in the manifests. Specifically, like if you look at this, it's been over 9 years since they've snapshotted a manifest, and they just decided to 8 months ago. So for those 9 years, we were just sort of twiddling our thumbs thinking, is the Darkened Sea enough content to constitute getting a new client? Because the Darkened Sea is only 2 years later of expansions from ROF2, and we're already so far behind with ROF2. It's a lot of work, right? Just for like 2 to 4 expansions, if that. And so yeah, but now that we have Larian's Song, we have like a shitload of expansions and a lot of new features that are worthwhile to add in, like advanced loot and all these other things. So, because it wasn't available. Advanced loot came out in like 2016. So it was a year too early on the last manifest before this most recent one. So anyways, there's some quick history on all that fun stuff. So for file patterns, every S3D and okay. So what we need to do is ROF2 is going to have a baseline. ROF2 is going to have the most aggressive checksum for what files are considered valid. Larian's Song is actually more of a delta of files that ROF2 doesn't contain. So what we likely need to do is say, if context equals Larian's Song, then we need to see if let's actually put this before we write the file. And I'll look at Twitch chat in just a second, guys. Let me work on this for a sec. So if this happens, we need to do a checksum call for the MD5 hash against the file name, but we need the context in here. So this would be the ls context. Well, actually, this will be the ROF2 context or the file name. Yeah, whatever. Honestly, we can just do the XX3. That's fine. We'll fatal for now. We'll fix that up later here in a sec. They made new manifest to get people on 64-bit client. No, they didn't. I don't know why they do manifests. And the reason I say they didn't is because the patcher is what really Live is using. So like the reason there's been 9 years of no manifests is because EQ has essentially been patching files from the last manifest up to the latest. So they've been doing the delta just with their patcher. So they've been up to date with like 64-bit since they released 64-bit, because everyone's just been patching through the patcher, right? Because technically Steam is not even a requirement for running EverQuest on Live, right? You can just run it directly from the EverQuest site. So yeah, exactly, dude. So, but Emu can take advantage of the manifests. And it's very interesting. Like, I'm really curious. I wish we could get a contact with somebody from, Daybreak that would basically. The problem with Daybreak though is they don't have the authority to give disclosures on this very well. What they would have to do is talk to their lawyers to find out the legal stance of what they want. And companies as a whole want to protect their assets and any sort of leverage they can do in case of maluse. So that, if you are illegally distributing their copyrighted content, they want to stay at the legal right to be able to either do a cease and desist or a, follow-up lawsuit to, recover damages. So the general stance most companies do is say, hey, we will not send official disclosure on our stance of allowing you to use our assets. So didn't EQ go 64-bit around that time? No, dude, 64-bit's been around for at least 2 expansions prior. Like, it's been around for a while. Yeah, 2022. It's been over 2 years, dude. That's the EverQuest 2. EverQuest 1, yeah, it was in 2022 of February. So there's absolutely no correlation between that manifest and 64-bit client. So, yeah. Because the client is April 1st, 2024. The manifest is. So, literally 2 years after 64-bit, it came out. But, anyways, I try not to dive too deep into, the mentality or stances or cadences. I'm not part of the dev internal team, and I don't know anybody that works for Daybreak. So, I try not to speculate too much, but I do know most companies for security reasons will not ever give the allowance for like third-party tooling to ever leverage their assets. In fact, one thing that's a little concerning with Lorion's song is the latest EULA, is you technically agree this every time you start up the client. And I don't know if you've read the EULA or, but specifically if you look at emulation, there's limitations on the license and responsibilities for the end user. And you are not allowed to do any sort of copying other than for backup. You can't distribute, sell, auction, rent, a lot of various terminologies because it's a legal document. But then you also are not allowed to reverse engineer, disassemble, decompile, or otherwise reduce the software to a human readable form or attempt to reconstruct or discover any source code, underlying ideas, algorithms, file formats, or programming interfaces of the software. So that means I'm against the EULA just from using Quail. But also create, facility, host, link, or provide any other means through which any games may be played by others through interception, emulation, or redirection of the communication protocols used by Daybreak, including without limitation through protocol emulation, tunneling, data mining, packet sniffing, modifying, or adding components to any games, use of any utility program, or any other technique now known or hereafter developed for any purpose, including but not limited to unauthorized network play over the internet, network play utilizing commercial or non-commercial gaming networks, or as part of content aggregation networks. Like, this right here is like a slap in the face for all the emulated servers. As well as create, facilitate, or maintain any unauthorized connections to any games. That also is an emulation production. Mine, decrypt, or modify any data transmitted between any client and server of any games. So that's again, use, post, host, or distribute cheats, hacks, mods, macros, bots, or other programs which would allow unattended gameplay or which otherwise impact the game. So MQ2, all that, obviously. Incorporate the software and or games of any portion thereof, including without limitation, any Daybreak game assets into any product or service. So this is a protection against all of the distribution of clients and stuff like that. Take any action which imposes an unreasonable or disproportionately large load on our infrastructure.
of course. Except in connection with an auction in-game, and still remove, alter, or abuse any copyright, trademark, trade name. Yeah. Otherwise, exploit any of the commercial purposes. Yeah, that's just. Anyways, this is basically, this never existed before on all the previous EULAs, and this is kind of a red tape that we're going to have to figure out with if we do end up having Larian Song. They don't care people use UQ being banned, UQ going out of business. Yeah, it's great, Dragon. What I'm saying is legally, when you play EverQuest, you're basically going against their EULA the moment you use MQ, and they have grounds to terminate your service with no prior purpose. Like, they can just do it, and you're at their mercy, is all I'm saying. Like, they don't have protections against it. And technically, with the latest stuff, the end user is essentially agreeing that they would not use a third-party emulation software as well. And people don't read this shit, man. I know they don't, but I'm just reading it out loud because I thought it was interesting they added that. Because people talk, like companies talk through their EULAs. And if the EULA is explicitly stating things and has been added recently to protect against the things that we have actively done on the EMU side, that puts up a very red flag, or at least a yellow flag, that down the line, a lot of these servers that you have actively been using on EMU may start getting cease and desists. They haven't yet, but which, we're very thankful for, because I play in a lot of different private server communities, right? And like, for example, Ragnarok Online has been known to have cease and desists, but it's not like prolific. Same thing, obviously, Blizzard games, WoW, the moment you hit a certain threshold of users or donations, you get the cease and desist. Lineage 2 has been mixed. They used to be more aggressive. I don't think there is much anymore. But most people tend to use Lineage 2 in third-party locations because of it. I know SWTOR had a lot of challenges back in the past in SWG as well. You exist by our benevolence grace by having that in our EULA. Yeah, they're protecting their asses. It's a CYA, right? You need a live client yet to get missing files. Manifest don't have all the files essentially, usually. Yeah. No, I mean, again, it's not like this is going to stop me, but it is a concern. Like, I'm really curious about what the future is for, because you remember that EverQuest, even from the time that, I don't know if you guys ever saw the collaboration between this guy. So back in 2015, there was this really cool news article that got, not news article, but like, blog post, I guess, on EverQuest News, where they actually shouted out for P99. And essentially, one of the TLPs was about to be released, and P99 collaborated with them to basically delay the earliest release to allow, we have recently entered into a written agreement with Daybreak that formally recognized P99 as a fan-based, not-for-profit classic EMU project. And they have agreed established guidelines that they have to follow, and, allow them to continue to update the game without risk of legal repercussions. So this agreement, I don't believe any other EMU server actually leverages. And so, as a good show of faith to support the efforts, we have decided to reschedule our expansion release. But the point is, this combined with the EULA, combined with, that's great that you heard that. But all I'm saying, like, you're very speculative, Dragon, or, like on what you're saying about like what it is and what's allowed and what's not. I'll confidently tell you, I don't know. We are at the mercy of Daybreak. Like, they could have a legal swipe and go in and email every single owner of an emu server that isn't part of their EULA and give a cease and desist. They have that right. But I've never seen it actually, which is really, really promising that, Daybreak and the entire community has been so amiable to emu because they've been awesome. They've been really good with contacting and doing all that. So couldn't they just take down EKEMU? All these private servers just use EKEMU as its login server? That would break a lot of things. Again, I have no idea. And you're right, Dragon. How do they get their emails? There's a lot of different ways to get emails. So for example, if I wanted to contact, give me a server, Lazarus EQ, right? Just a random lazaruseq.com, right? So if I wanted his email, I just use a who is lookup on the domain owner, and you're going to get who is registered as a contact, which in this case, it's registered with a privacy container. Like it's registered as a private withheld system, but you see this email address? You can contact this email with the cease and desist, and that would get forwarded to the owner of the email and ultimately have a takedown notice as an abuse with Namecheap. That's how you indirectly get an email. That's one way. Yeah, and they do have privacy, but that doesn't mean that you can't contact that and let them know that there's a takedown notice. That's exactly what they do. It totally works if you have domain privacy. Do you guys own any domains? Have you ever hosted something illegal on them? Have you ever gotten contacted through the privacy domain company to inform you that your content is under legal repercussion and you need to take it down or else? Good. Yeah. Obviously, Jason and Dougal probably have not. Yeah, I didn't say that you're going to get private information about the person. I'm just saying they would contact you through, it's their legal responsibility when there's a takedown notice to attempt to contact the owner and let them know that, hey, you're being illegal and you're up to, you have grounds for legal repercussions, essentially. And a cease and desist is kind of like a soft slap, right? It's taking the glove off and saying, we're ready to do legal repercussions if you do not, adhere to our requests. Most of the time, people take a cease and desist and say, okay, whistle blown, we understand, we're going to do what we can do. Because, right, if you don't, I hope you have a good lawyer. So, but that's just an example. When I said email, I summarized the due diligence you're supposed to do to contact an owner in a legal situation. I wasn't saying they literally just have an access to all your email addresses or anything like that. They may even just simply email you through EKEMU. They may, I don't know. Or not email you, but send a private message to EKEMU, because every server, in order to be registered on EKEMU, has to have an account, right? That's an owner. And I bet you if there was a huge takedown notice, there would be a contact with the owners of EKEMU basically saying, hey, we are planning to contact these various servers on a takedown. What can you facilitate with us to get this process done? So, and then that would indirectly at least give you a PM in the EKEMU server. There'd probably be a big announcement on the EKEMU forums. And you know what I mean? But you get my point, I hope. Or I don't know if, how educated you guys all are on this. And I'm not the most educated, but I've been around the private community to know that it's at the mercy of a big company that owns the IP that I'm currently playing, that I'm allowed to play this with a private server. And I'm very thankful to Daybreak and the entire, company, the legal team, and the stakeholders that we are allowed to leverage this without huge legal repercussions at some scope of it. And I just pray that's going to be the case from thenceforth. They've been very amiable and amicable in general, so that's a good sign. But there's nothing to say that tomorrow they won't, flip that. Yeah, I mean, we're literally at like over 20 years with Ikiimu, and we've never had, I think we've had some cases of takedowns, but I think it was more like for-profit private servers. And I don't think they ever announced the whole takedown. So it's a little hard to, it's speculation. I don't know of any specific cases. But I mean, I'm saying, though, that is a reality that we may face one day. So count your blessings and try your best to be diligent, Only a guess, but if Daybreak doesn't have lawyers on payroll, they'd probably have to compare the cost of billable hours needed to send all the C&Ds. Oh yeah, dude, it's not a cheap ordeal. Best way is run a server, not take any money at all. Absolutely, Dragon. Generally speaking, CYA practices. I provide a patcher. And that patcher doesn't have any active files inside of it that distribute EverQuest assets. However, people that leverage my patcher can fork the repository and then serve EverQuest assets. But see, I have no direct correlation to that. So if there was legal repercussions, it would unlikely target me. It would target the people that are distributing said files through GitHub. But I've never actually heard of anybody ever being notified from that. Profiting from another company's IP. Absolutely, Laurent. Well, and what's even sad is like, if you combined every single EverQuest server in EMU and you combined the entire player base, you're looking at, let's say, 5,000 to 10,000 players. And if all of them were paying a subscription, let's say, right? So they're paying $15 a month. That's what, $15,000 a month. Or sorry, is it 15? I said 10,000. It'd be like $150,000 a month. Sorry. That's when we're getting into the money required to really constitute a lawsuit, right? You need to make millions or at least hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for it to even be remotely worth the costs to do a big lawsuit, And there's nobody making that sort of money, I don't think, even with all the donations and stuff. I have some coworkers that run Plex servers for their friends. They refuse to take money because if they even get caught, they want it to look for profit. Yeah, absolutely. They can contact your ISP then. Yeah. So anyways, what I'm saying though is part of our benefit is that we're so small of communities and the profit margins are so small. Yeah, and even if they did the C&Ds, you would have an outrage. There would be a lot of angry customers. Because a lot of active players in EQ Live will play P99, right? The two different experiences. They double dip. And that happens a lot. And if you target things like that, your community on your server is going to be unhappy about it, So I know people run Plex servers, make a load of money a month. I don't use any Plex. You got caught doing what you got a chance be fined per movie too. Oh, yeah. Plex is a whole other can of worms because the problem with Plex and other types of services like that is you're distributing media that is owned by very big movie making companies, and DMCAA and all that is a whole big can of worms, is just a landmine of potential repercussions. a much bigger honeypot than a small niche game like EverQuest. But so anyways, yeah, we're getting off topic now and jumping into media, and I am not being very productive here. So we do generate the MD5s now, and we do a cross-check against ROF2, which is good. Did we finish our download? Is this pristine? Looks like it's close, if not done. Download depot complete. Cool. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put an underscore ls on it. And then we're going to run the same command for ROF2. Because what's likely going to happen is it's going to recreate the directory with the exact same name, unfortunately, and now it's going to download all the RF2 assets. So ROF2 assets, I'm going to be doing a similar process of just generating these files. In fact, we can rerun this again. This is a fun timer, actually. We should do that. Time. Oh, wait, I'm doing the wrong path. This would be ls. And then when it's all done, finished in seconds. That works. Cool. Now, XX3 mismatch. If RF2 equals nothing, just continue, or ignore. So I guess I'll do this. And now it's fixed. Thanks, guys. Robo sound. All right, so letting this run. Did a bunch of testing. It seems the dot focus is only about 10%, and spell damage is adding roughly 3.42 damage per spell damage, which is actually really good. That's a 3.42 to 1 ratio. So with dot focus, I can get up to around 1,030 per tick on crit. Since you have 340 more, that would be an additional 1,100 damage, which would be around 2.1 kick, as you see. So sound is massive for dot. Yeah, dude. Spell damage is massive for anything that involves spells. Like, do not sleep on spell damage. I definitely will not be the last person preaching that sentence. It is very broken in good ways. Cool. So now we generate a checksum hash for Lorion's song. Here's every single file in ls. I don't know if like UI files or like resources. We need to do a relative path. Let's call this like root path. And then let's do that. So these now show you subdirectories. Cool. Are you using SimStripe Jet clickies too, Zachary? I usually do. I don't have them on right now, but I should be. I need to create and monitor for that, a packet thing. What are you coding, Primetime? Are you working on the site? And somebody asked about that THJ DI thing. Ooh, how'd you guys get over here so quick? I think I'm just not fully paying attention. Cool, dude. Have you gotten any updates about when we're actually going to get a copy of it? I'm so sad. I want to have it. Almost done with spells. Right on. Let me kill these real quick, and I'll catch up with the rest of Twitch chat. I mean, we fixed the patcher, so now we have the domain name stuff. Kata should be able to do it pretty quick now. One sec. I'll tell you what I'm using. When I download clients, I get rid of anything, do Launchpad, maybe it's Delta due to them. Yeah, I'll be doing a lot of exclusive for non-essentials here soon. Wonder if they ran it by mistake, mess up client. Maybe. Could use Gina to monitor it too. Yeah, Jason, the only problem with Gina is it's based on log files. I'm actually trying really hard to make it where I don't require log files anymore. I would love to just on the wire track data so I don't get the performance hit. And then Simp Strikes is Gnarled Staff, and I'm just using a Testament of Veneer for healing amount. Honestly, I don't use healing amount ever, but I do keep it on me typically. It would also break if you swapped tunes. What do you mean? The packet sniffing or the simp only works if it costs mana, right? Correct. What's interesting is a lot of dots are now triggering Simp Strike. So that's pretty cool. Like, it still requires the mana and everything, but that's a recent change and essentially boosted doing dots. Yeah. So in other words, you don't get any advantage from it. So anyways, we got the baseline, and we're going to be downloading ROF2 now. So now the question is, we need to make an exclusion list. So the checksummer essentially is going to take these files and put them in here. This file is being ready to be copied over. Let's actually copy it once just to see how it works. Saving it takes a while. Because of the GoFo matter. And we have some errors. Oh, we aren't tilting these right. Unknown escape. Oh, we're doing backslash. We want /. Good to know. But otherwise, I think it looks good. So we'll take it out, save it. It'll probably take a while again. And there's a tool to regulate backslashes, but let's just do this. Yeah, /. Yeah, it's just file fast /. That fixes that. Never mind. I was thinking the timers would lose sync because of the buff not ticking down while logged out. It doesn't tick down. Yeah, technically Gina would work. But I'm actually, again, I'm trying to remove log file requirements. I'm hoping ChatGPT is ass with JS. It's because JS is ass. Sorry, I'm not a huge fan of it. Speaking of, I think it was Zhao Zhao. You're a JS guy? Or if anyone's a JS guy, eventually I'm going to be putting a GUI on this program. Is it Xiao Xiao? I don't know why you're Zhao Zhao. Anyways, there is a need for me to make a pretty UI for this app, and it'll be in JavaScript, unfortunately. You're a Node guy. How's your GUI skills? Do you use Vue or any of those wonky things? Yeah, dude. Tempo is a madman with any language he touches. Okay. So Whales, specifically, let's look at like the expansion switcher. I don't know if you've ever seen this project, Xiao Xiao. This is one of Acadius's one, but this uses Whales, and you'll see it's a Vue with TS, and it has a front end on it that is leveraging components and assets all in JavaScript. I might make something similar to this for my GUI. I could even just utilize his UI kit. So, because I don't like GUIs, like I would rather not touch the GUI and have someone else manage that. But I can interface all the inner workings and technicalities. I just need someone to make a pretty site, you know, the flat UIX junk and UI. So that's what I'm trying to find somebody to help out with. Because unfortunately, if I go the Whales route, I will have to touch JavaScript a lot. And I'd rather hopefully not have to. This program is going to be runnable as a detached head in any platform because it's Go. And then I'll have different build paths that take the CLI and put a GUI on front. So people that mass majority of people will just use the GUI, but fundamentally all the packaging and everything can be, utilized by anybody in any way they want. Would you leverage Electron? So Whales doesn't use Electron. It uses something else. Like if you look up Whales, so it's a very lightweight desktop app, and it's technically an alternative to Electron. So for example, Whales does not offer native elements such as menus and dialogues. So it is becoming a lightweight electronic, but it's actually just using a WebView app. Yeah. It's kind of niche, but I mean, it looks like GUI, or like your standard style, right? Here's some of the things it's allowing. So it has a purpose-built library for handling native elements, but it is also not embedding a browser. It uses the native rendering engine for the platform. So in like Microsoft, it's WebView 2, which is using Chromium. There was this thingy where it was like, this is ultimately what's happening. So the front end, which is the WebKit, the JavaScript bindings for Go, and JavaScript runtime, that's the ecosystem I really don't want to touch. But then this area, which is like, providing the Go runtime, the application code, possibly the front end assets. Yeah. So, anywho, you would basically be just touching a bunch of JavaScript and TypeScript or whatever, and Vue is an option. I think it actually allows you to use different frameworks, but Vue is one of them. And that's a popular one. Cool. Let's get back onto this. So while we finish downloading the new one, we are already up to H. We need to start creating a blacklist or a filter list. So, probably the easiest way is honestly just create a bunch of rules here. So we're going to have an isFileExcluded call. And we'll just basically say if isFileExcluded. Let's actually pass the path as well, in case we're doing like a checksum or something. So, if the path contains help, we probably don't care about it. Let's do something like that. Why are you failing? Strings is an easy import. Okay. I'll write it manually? What? That's a bug. Would you lever Electron? Yeah, okay. LS has a crash reporter actually you need to make sure to get rid of. Yeah, again, I'm literally just starting. It's going to be a very arduous process to fix all this. Why are you not able to import strings? And why do you keep removing it when I save? Is like strings... What the hell? Oh, I mean, it's because it's not uppercase? Oh my gosh. Good old... Okay. This will now have a /. Let's go ahead and run this again. And this should delete all the help files. It did. Perfect. Pretty much everything Launchpad can be excluded, because we never will use this, so it doesn't need to be versioned. Go ahead and stop this, restart the debugger. Launchpad is still being included. Oh, because there's, yeah, I think we can just exclude anything with the word Launchpad. We don't need it to be an exe or anything, or a subdirectory, because the word Launchpad, okay, so this isn't working right, because these are still being included. Is it because of relative path? Interesting. I'm going to stop the debugger real quick and see if we can figure out why that's not excluding properly. What did I bug? So if help, this is help, that's perfect. We're still in help. I think I fixed it. Is there any reason to kill anything else in hate than Dracolich? You mean in fear? Not really, unless you need something there. I mean, like, Brain and Kazakh Thul isn't horrible if you don't have a Marsingers yet. They're actually somewhat competitive. So CT's Brain is not a horrible item to get. But most things are pretty moot point once Kunark is, once Kunark was released. Only the Dracolich with the Shaw protection matters. Ooh, got an attacked Og, enchanted. Only, see, that would have been the H-Dex Og if I had gotten legendary. So that would have been, I think, like 6 H-Dex if it's maxed. There's none of those available though. Who bought the intelligent Ogs? Like, those are useless. The ones that were just the base stats? Oh my gosh. Why would you do that? It's funny. I'm gonna actually buy, how much money am I up to? 53k? Yeah. I need some. Is there, yeah, it's figured, just making sure I wasn't messing up by rushing him. Yeah. Okay, what should I put this in? That's an enchanted. I could put it in the robe, may as well. And probably take this guy out and replace it with this. This guy I don't care too much about. What do I have that's not very noteworthy? An enchanted rune of Abominable is not too great. There. Couple hundred more hit points. And we'll Bazaar back here in a sec. This generated, it takes about 60 seconds, but it's going to get faster as... So Launchpad is still not getting excluded for some reason. Which is weird. Is it because of the relative path? Oh, that's driving me nuts. I need to fix Control R. Let's wait for the first return. Yeah, relative path would be launchpad dot launchpad / this should be getting called. Oh. All right, that aside, the EQGs and MP3s are fine. Actor effects definitely need to be included. Those are essential. Zone files are fine. Atlas, do I really care about Atlas? I may as well. Audio triggers are fine. Auto channels probably doesn't need to be triggered ever. Broom is good. What other files do I have? Environmenters. I don't think we need this PDF to be versioned ever. You're jealous of my bags? Yeah, you like the space? All right, so we'll regenerate. It still takes a while. I am running MD5s, so it'd be fun actually. I can test this. If I remove the MD5 hash, how much faster can I perform? I also am not doing any concurrency. I should test that as well, because this is a great way to test that junk. So what we're going to do is do this first. We're going to build a map of every entry. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I guess technically we don't need it to be, other than the file size, which I guess we should actually be doing, but we're not going to worry about it right now. Okay. Oh, we detached it because I was done. Oh no, we do need an entry because we use it here. Perfect. Okay, so we're just going to run this as is real quick. It says unused parameter path. Oh, that's just for my function. That's fine. Anyways, we're going to run it like this. And the idea is we'll time how long it takes to write these files, just iterating them one by one like this and doing the generation of both. Then we're going to do a follow-up where we don't generate the MD5. and we'll see how much the performance increases. And then we can do another one where we generate it based on MD5. And this is all single threaded. And then we'll go for multi-threaded after. Okay, so single threaded MD5 and XXH3 took 42.36 seconds. Okay. So now we're going to take out MD5 and just make it like this. And we're going to run the same program. So this will be single threaded XHH3. .47 seconds. Okay. So now we reverse the order. And we do XXH3 just equals nothing. And we run the test. .95 seconds. Why did Tempo think XXH3 was such a huge performance boost? I think it just had to do with his compiler. I do have a lock on that call. I guess it's possible the way I'm generating it. But I mean, this looks relatively optimized. Open a file reader, create a new hasher, chunk it by 4096, and some 64 it. Huh. Anyways, that's the savings, is 5 seconds. That makes me feel it may not be worth it, and we should just keep using MD5s. I think it has to do with accuracy. I think MD5s have a chance to be like a single byte can be removed and MD5 still good. But I don't think a single byte will ever make a program fail. It's usually more critical errors. So honestly, I might just take out XXH3. Because it adds burden and it doesn't really give anything for the time being. I'll kind of placeholder some of the data, but I'm not going to generate it. Okay, so let's do one last run. This is again just an MD5, similar to the one before. What's people talking about? How's everyone doing this morning? Just letting my Shaman, Bear, Berserker, Necro, Disaster level up to 50. See how that goes then. Try to use Polymorph, Bazaar. Gave it 10 a.m. and they poofed. Thoughts on what I should do? Ooh, that hurts. Alright. Improved twin cast, frenzied. Blow him up in like 2 shots. Well, 3. I guess they have a little too much health. Yeah. I'm doing like 30,000 damage to kill these guys. I don't quite do that without critting. Because I need more spell damage. Wow. Only 2 of them even have coin? That was a cheap run. Okay. So yeah, it's consistently like 27-ish seconds with just MD5 check, which is not horrible. All right, let's get back to Lorien Song checking. XMIs are fine. These text files are fine. I'm probably going to ignore maps. Just in principle. It's a very client-side modded directory anyways, you know? Like, I might patch that when I run my patcher, but the base files... No, I should have maps. Because it's... No, it's not required. Okay, no, I'm not going to mess with it. I'm not going to do anything other than just... I'll exclude it. I think for the most part, everything else needs to be checksummed. Okay. There are expensive EOM in the donation merchant is how you get the 50 slaughters or whatever. Oh no, it's the 40 slaughters. Yeah, I have 40s. The only 50 I got is the Satchel the Hero, which I got as a beta donation thingy. You have a second one, Prime Time? I should figure out how you got that or see if I can get one. Okay. So once ROF2 finishes, we're going to have Lorien Songs and ROF2. That's it? You just asked? Holy shit. I need to ask at some point. Let's try a concurrency model while we wait on the thing. Oh, well, I mean, now you know the upper limit. So I just need to do MD5 checksums and then return and then do writes. So there's a couple ways I could do this. The easiest is concurrent checksum, and we need the path, and we need the return channel. We're going to call this is just going to have a string on it. And he's working for it. Yep. All right. Oh, we need more context than just the checksum. We could actually put the, what is the entry called? Saw the message. Give me a sec. I will answer it. Probably also need a what is that called? You increment it. Get. I always forget. Is it a pool? No. Is it a weight group? I think it's a weight group. So the Abominable Ritual Augs in all 17 items would be 102 spell damage. I feel like that's only going to go... the only way to go for a caster build. That's how Grumpy is getting 590. Yeah, I don't know, dude. So one thing to keep in mind is that you're going to max spell damage, I think, in Velius anyways. So what I'm doing instead is I'm trying to target the really good spell damage Augs, like this one, which is 12, because that's the equivalent of 3 of the Abominals. Yes, there's a cap of 750. And you're going to hit 750 in pop without using spell damage Augs in pretty much all your gear. So this is really just temporary stuff. What I would argue for is heroic stats have a much higher cap. So does AC, obviously, even though it has diminishing returns. But definitely putting AC in your shield is a hard cap bypass, which is nice. And then hit points don't have a cap. And yeah. So yeah, and I don't think you need to like min-max. Right now for fun, I'm fucking around with spell damage Augs, but I'm not really hard going it. I just have grabbed like 1 or 2 kind of good ones, and I'm seeing how much spell damage I can get in gear, but all this is going to probably get replaced in Kunark, or in Velius. Pretty much everything but my range. This one's pretty solid. I do have some abominable stuff on me, but I've slowly been moving to hit points. I have still some resist ones. I still have some AC Augs on my Viz slots, like this guy. I'll probably get another one. Oh wait, that's a hit point Aug. Damn it, where's my AC Augs? Thought I had... No, this isn't a caster wearable thing. Here. Well, no, that has it on too. Yeah, so... Is there a hard cap for AC? No, I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. I wonder what max is in tune card for spell damage. I wonder if 650 is possible. Yes. If you double stack Intellect Augs. I think you have to use Intellect Augs to go over the cap. Is there any reason to have... ...12 stamina plus 3 heroic stamina Aug? 3 heroic stamina equates to... it gives you... Max hit points is 10 for 1. So... H-stat 3 would be 30 hit points, but then you'd also get the stamina, which is a 2-to-1, which is basically another hit point. It's about 31 hit points. If the 12 stamina is increasing you past your cap, that's what, 12 divided by 2. So 12 plus 3 stamina is 31 to 37 hit points. You think wizards can hit 750? Those spell damage dogs you have that are 12 stamina, is that legendary? Yes. I don't think the enchanted is 6. I could be wrong though. I believe they do drop off of the mobs I'm killing right now, by the way. That's why I'm farming here, because I can do it while I'm half-assing it. It's one of the easiest farms because they don't socialize and I can just boom them and then go AFK for 12 minutes. It's super rare, to the point you're probably better off buying them, but I mean, I have nothing better to do with my DZs down. I mean, I could go farm money, but yeah. And again, I'm not too worried about like, I'm just doing this just because. I honestly feel hit point augs are probably better. But that's debatable too. It's actually interesting how many pop up on here. But technically, I'm just debating if I really want to spend all the money on these guys or not. 24,000 and yeah, now I'm kind of out of money, but I can go make money. How much are these selling for right now? They're not even on the market. I wonder. I never got a million, but I'll make money. I just got to put a merchant up again. I think my merchant's sitting on quite a bit actually, but then they get to 4 expansions. Yeah, money, whatever. I don't give a shit about money. I just use it to help me with min-maxing gear. Okay, so we're trying to get this weight pool to work real quick. So what we want is what's up with all these freaking, I just want sync weight group. Yeah. And then check channel. You can make this a bigger buffer. Okay, so we're iterating every file and we're doing an MD5 generate on each one. Do we know the name of the 12 spell damage og? Flawless Turquoise Fragment of Intellect is the og. There's none on the mark on the Bazaar. I haven't played in a few days, sitting around 1.8 mil. I'm done making money for a bit. I'm just hanging around till Velius. Yeah, technically you should save your money because the Dozaker the Cursed, you know, the gems that you buy for the quest turn-ins in Halls of Testing, that is going to be some serious money pit and good upgrades for the money cost. Oh, so the enchanted ones are 6 spell damage. But yeah, you can definitely hit 750 with that. They're just super rare. For your setup, what would be the major difference if you swap Necro for Enchanter? You'd still be okay on mana, but the missing heals from the life tabs would break the build. Well, my build isn't going to get broken by swapping any class. I don't know. Like, it's really a question of what you'd have fun with. Like, to be honest, you can pretty much play any combo and min-max it and, you know, not be broken. Like, broken in a good way. But the problem with Enchanter and the bonuses with Enchanter, the problem with Enchanter is that you lose out on Soulwell. You do get the mana regen from Azure Sapphire AA, which is good. Doppelganger is okay. The reason I'm not a huge fan of Doppelganger is it's single target. So, like, it doesn't spread damage well, and that's where most of your DPS is at. What else? You can get tons of mana regen with Sapphire Crystals. Sanguine can heal you too. It's okay. What else can you talk about? I don't know. It wouldn't break your build. Yeah, I think Doppel is amazing, but it doesn't, you don't have a lot of control over it, I guess you could say. Go farm gems and Valks to make that gear that you can. Yeah, dude, that's going to be easy stuff. But honestly, just have fun, dude. Like, don't worry about min-maxing. Don't worry about being the absolute best. I'm not the absolute best. Like, don't treat Warrior, Necro, Wizard as, like, the best. Because it isn't. In fact, Enchanter, because you get illusions of grandeur, and that stacks with, like, virtually everything that a Wizard can do, you can out DPS me easily on a, on a single boss fight. And you could potentially out DPS me on a AE burn too. So, yeah, and Druid with Black Wolf is also crazy damage. So yeah. Yeah, runes are amazing. The quick cast stuff, you can heal and do a lot with that. From someone who has never played Velius, what is Halls of Testing? So, Temple of Ishan is one of the last. There's like 3 zones that are going to be the hardest difficulty content in Velius. And Temple of Ishan is a zone with a bunch of dragons, and there's wings from the central hall. And the east wing is what's called the Halls of Testing. And it is a kind of test ground where all the mobs are just KOS and have no faction hit. And it's usually made where if you're in the Claws of Ishan faction, basically if you'll ally with the dragons, you can go there, do the little halls of testing stuff, and do these really good quests to, get gear as a Dragon Alliance person. The West Wing has a few named, and typically all of those are faction hits, as well as coming in from the South and the Central Hub. And then North Tav, which is the North Wing, is all faction hits, but has some really good dragons to kill as well. Yeah, Black Wolf is very strong. It got nerfed a bit. Obviously, everyone did after the Wiz nuke, or the Wiz nerf with crit stacking. But that was more of a bug anyways. I don't think you turn in to the west. Oh yeah, you turn in the west wing. Yeah, you're right. Like LTK, Gauze, and Telk. I've never done Giant Faction. Maybe I'll mess with that. You're probably going to be jumping back and forth on this, if I had to guess, because of, you just want to take advantage of every quest you can, right? You want Dragon Slaying. You're going to max Kale Faction, the Gauntlets of Dragon Slaying. You'll be killing Coldane, getting Dane down. Yeah, so in your class AAs, it's a very cheap AA, but it's called Form of the Black Wolf. I like how there's this random screw just in the water right here. Looks funny because of my pet. Somebody is hopping back and forth in chat or in the front door. I think they're going somewhere. Anyways, okay, so we got the heroic or the weight groups and the channel group stuff. Let's go ahead and we make a path. It's going to be the full path and the relative path. I guess with this check something, I take the path, and then in here I pass the relative path. I also need to pass the weight group. And then when this finishes, I flag it as done. And then as we iterate each one, we add a value to it. We run this, and then we continue. And then yeah, that's perfect. We don't need to worry about the context checks yet. Tormac's head has best boots. Everyone will want that head. Would be real cool with a leaderboard like highest DPS H, Miller's age. Yeah, but the problem is it just puts to light. Like if I had to guess, I think Ranger something is going to be the highest DPS. Probably Ranger, Wizard, something. Maybe Ranger, Wizard, Beast Lord, I think is going to be the absolute best DPS. We need to add size to it as well. Yeah, if they don't fix it, that's going to be my guess on the most. Ranger Beast Lord sounds fun if you want to play a hunter from WoW. Yeah. Hope you are ready. Ready for what? I'm going to be putting you on the TVs in the pub here in about 15 minutes. Okay. That's interesting. We're just chilling, writing code. I'm not going to be too entertaining. But that's funny, Shuriken. Okay. Yeah, we can take out the test. Do you think people go there to be entertained? This is an Irish pub. Irish pubs are awesome. I like Irish pubs. Especially when you get like a live band. You got to get some Dropkick Murphys and yeah. Cool. So we'll take out the testing. Let's see how this goes down. So you know that it was 27 seconds on average before. And we just added go routines. And we're making it, whoa, multi-threading, and apparently we crashed. What crashed? What's our call stack? Let's just hit continue. So we failed. I think we had a deadlock. Yep. I need a flag done before consumption. And then we can sleep like 100 milliseconds. And I think that'll fix the deadlock. Because the signal to consume the items, there. Do you guys see how much of an improvement that just did? So multi-threaded MD5 turned it to 6.15 seconds. So we just went from 27 seconds in order to check every file for the, Larian song to 6 seconds. And this is the deep check. Like this is the, literally verifying every single file if it's okay or not, which is more than even Ikimu Patcher does. So what is that? It's a 4.5x improvement in performance. The only problem with this is going to destroy machines if your shit computer sucks. Like, let's run it again and see how much my CPU and disks go up. So 30, 100% CPU, 100% disk, but it does it in like 6 seconds. I sold the girlfriend's son stopping if we go through there. Oh. Oh, we had another panic. Why did we crash this time? Send on a closed channel. Oh, yeah, that's right. We close after 100 milliseconds. Let's actually do this. If you wait 5... No, if we don't get an MD5 within like 2 seconds, we'll just end it. Not the greatest way to do this, but it would technically work. Because that means we're adding 2 seconds to the ending. But that should cause the deadlock to go away. Yeah, there's a chance that 6 seconds was off. Well, it says it's done. I think we're locked now on the wait. I need to clean up how I'm doing this select. I did something wrong, and the updates I made didn't push back to GitHub. Uh-oh. Do you need some support? Well, hopefully you didn't lose data. All right, let's blow them up. that's a bummer. That your commit failed. A whole lot of nothing. So technically, here's all I need to do. We run the checksums, we do a wait, and then we just iterate every entry in the check channel. I'm overcomplicating this. Because it'll be done. I think we still need to do a do that. I wasn't going to use a simple channel thing. That's fine. All right, let's try that. Let's see if I can fix the lock. Cool. 6.15 seconds. And no locks. Let's try it again. We'll watch CPU this time. This 3 spikes at 100%, and so does your CPU. But once it's done, 6 seconds later, we've checksummed every single file. Which ain't bad. Oh, you're thinking it's your shoddy network? Git usually is pretty good about that stuff. But anyways, we've now created a wait group and a concurrent checksum system, which heavily speeds it up. So this means when you do a deep checksum now, it's 4 times faster, which is nice. And does it write it out properly? Yep. Unfortunately, the ordering of the checksum files is never going to be guaranteed, but that doesn't matter. There's going to be a bias on files that are bigger than X. Yeah, Dragon, it's going to be a cost on CPU and disk IO, actually. But yeah, the CPU definitely helps. I'm behind a bunch of firewalls. I'll make sure I'm doing it right as well. Yeah. No worries. Can't make up my mind between Avatar Network or Avatar Amulet of Necropotence and I don't know what PMT is. I've been using AON personally with hit point hogs in it. But speaking of, do I have any more laying around? I don't think so. Bloodstar Pendant is also pretty cool. The alternative access quest? You mean like the talisman alternative? Holgresh's talisman or whatever. Horn of Halgresh or whatever. Is that what you're referring to? It does work. Oh. Does it work? The alternative stuff? I think so. I haven't tested it personally, but I know there's been some reporting on it, but I believe it works. I could sort these before write. Probably should. Mentally, it just looks better. So what we'll do is that. This shouldn't cost the performance from 6 seconds too much, and we should now get them alphabetical. Look at that. Alphabetical. Ooh, it adds technically about a second. I don't think it matters, dude. You get permaskelly, I think. The item events are in script, so I'm sure they work. Yeah. Anyways, so now we generate alphabetical files, which I really like. I like it organized. How's my ROF2 doing? It's still, oh, did it finish? It finished. Cool. So what I'll do is have ROF and LS. And now we can actually move on to ROF. And do this. How fast is ROF? Hopefully it's less than 6. Oh yeah, it's 5. So this is a pretty fast generator. And we have a bunch of random ass files that we probably don't care about. So let's look through this real quick. All of the actor effects are fine. All the Atlas files are fine. DSetup, DXText, DXUpgrade. We can remove. The manual. At least we don't need a checksum it. Why is launch? Oh, I mistyped Launchpad. That's why. It's case sensitive. Legends of Norath, obviously, we have 0 care about. I think it's technically needed for the client to run. We also don't care about Omens credits. Nor do we care about Omens manual. Render effects we got to keep in. Resources are fine. Secrets of Fadeware manual we can take out. I figured instead of having to manually look at every single file, we can just exclude the ones we know don't matter. The PDFs. Here's the list of every single one. So prophecy, dark hollow, the dark hollow omens, secrets, buried sea, gates, prophecy of row, TSS. Okay. All the PNGs we can likely take out. Yeah. All the INIs we need to be a little diligent on. But I don't think it's like EQ login server client. Another one is EQ host. Actually, I don't think it has that, does it? I think I already took out all of my text, that's why. Which technically EQ host needs to stay unversioned. Okay. So the next path is we want to do a delta. So we're going to regenerate ROF2 real quick. Man, it's down to 3 seconds. Even better. So we have this ROF checksum. And it's going to be pretty clean now. We're going to go ahead and add a copy of this to here. Oh, that saved fast. That's good. Cool. Next. This isn't getting rid of things, Dougal. This is just checksumming. So it's not like anything I remove from this is not going to be downloaded or anything like that. It's more just when you run a checksum to validate if your machine, if the program is, got the right files. That's all this is. So it's not like this is a blacklist that will never be touched. It's more just like I'm validating against it. It is stopping it, DL them? No, it isn't. I'm literally writing the program. What this program's doing is I'm trying to generate a new variant of ROF called ROF2 Plus. And what I will end up doing with it is when you run the checksum, I will look at your files. And right now I'm going to generate a delta for Larian Song assets to be available. You don't need error reporting, sending shit to Daybreak from an EQ. Again, dude, I'm not touching files. I'm not deleting files. I don't think you understand the context, and I didn't say it was useful for you anyways. Let me rewind and explain what the heck I'm making. Okay. There's multiple steps to what it does. The first thing it does is it just simply checks to see if your client has files, right? It like checks to see if your client is at a state where it looks okay for whatever it's supposed to be. And for that okay thing, I'm looking at first if you have an ROF2 client and if you have files that look like they're at the correct state. If any file isn't there or is in an incorrect state, it simply gets reported, right? It just tells you, hey, you seem to not have this file at the state that I expect. That's it. It doesn't do any action. It just reports that your files seem to be off. Okay? You can ignore it. You can, be included on it. That's the first thing it does. Okay? The second thing it does is it checks to see if you are ROF2 Plus ready. Because ROF2 Plus is the new future project example. And what it's doing is it's taking ROF2, right, with that base foundation done, and it's copying assets from Larian Song to be ready to be loaded in the ROF2 mindset. What I mean by ready to be loaded is these files are technically dangling, right? There's like the EQGs are in your path, but nothing is tying them together yet, right? So they have zero purpose. And I'm basically trying to make a client that has that state, right? So now you have a client that's ROF2 plus Larian Song's assets ready to go. Okay? And once we can start having that foundation where clients, aka players, can have a reliable foundation like that, what this allows is the next step, which is a patcher, right? So like if you use EQEMU patcher, you could technically use any patcher. I then checksum your latest files, right, based on the ROF2 plus status, and download and check if you're fully up to date with that. So it's like a 3-step process. And the whole point of that is then Kata can reliably pull in assets from out of era without ever having to distribute those files, because the client is going to be presented with all those assets ready to go. So a server owner via patcher using my tool can basically pivot on assets that are out of era. And, they just have to modify global load or on-demand resources or, the .car text files for zones to load in model assets and all that fun stuff. And yeah, you could use a DLL injector, but so this project that we're talking about right now is not doing any of the manipulation, right? It's not about making those files work in game. It's more about having those files ready to be, put into the game. So your approach on how you implement it, that's part of the patcher ecosystem. And that's kind of your prerogative based on whatever approach you want to take. But I just need to set up a new foundation that makes ROF2 in a plus state so that you can have assets that are outside now. Yeah. So yeah, don't think of this as, in fact, when you talk about this being a client download program, technically this program will not download files for you. Instead, it's a verifier. It takes all of your files and it verifies that you are ready to be considered an ROF2 plus, directory. And if it isn't, it just reports that to you and tells you what steps to take to remedy the situation. You see what I mean? So like if you go and you torrent ROF2 from some location, or you have a backed up Google Drive, or heck, let's even say you have a copy of ROF2 that was from another server and has been modded by that client, like they did their edits and stuff. If you run it through my checksum, it's going to report and tell you, here's the files that are off kilter to be ready for this server. And then it'll tell you what mitigation steps you could take to do it, or you can simply provide the paths, right, to those files, and I'll pull in those files and make it so that your client becomes ready to go for this server or any server. Yeah. So, it's not a very opinionated program, and I'm trying not to step on toes with it. It's more about, yeah, exactly. This program's more about creating that foundation. It's about validating that your client is up to snuff, right? So, anyways, yeah, because we need that, because Kata wants to pull assets from Larian Song, but every client currently has no support of Larian Song, obviously, because we're ROF2. So he's in a conundrum of how do I distribute, or how do I ensure the clients have the assets for Larian Song? And that's what this program will do. And I'm calling this new foundation ROF2 plus. And it's RF2 plus because you're still running ROF2. But the plus is all of the assets are getting pulled from Larian Song, and basically setting up your client to be in a ready state so that a server owner can then apply a patch to tie in Larian songs however they want to and make a custom experience. So in the case of Kata, he has a bunch of ornaments, right? Where you can put on like Heroes Forge stuff and everything. And he actually can use Quail to generate all the on-demand resources to essentially hot load all those files on demand. But the problem is clients don't have assets from out of Era, right? So that's what ROF2 Plus does, is that this becomes the foundation that he can pivot on. So all clients now can use this to just double check that their client's up to date and in sync. And again, I'll never delete files, right? Like this program will only copy, but it will never like delete, right? It's not made to like, if you have map files or whatever, that's all good. You're just going to see it in a report that tells you that your files seem a little off and you can just ignore it, right? But if you ever like talk to a server owner and they're like, you know, you're saying, hey, I'm having a problem with my, you know, client, like I'm having a crash or I'm having a weird asset or something. One of their steps will be run this ROF2 Plus tool, verify that your files are good, and send me the report of what files you have that are offset. And they can just glance at that and kind of give an insight of what that problem could be. Yeah, and so that would be a patcher thing, Google Dragon. And that's going to be a conundrum I'll have to think about later, which is, you know, assets that are being modified by LS that also are in ROF2. What I'll probably do is make it where the LS files are in a temp directory. And when you run the patcher just moves the file to be, you know, considered active. I guess there's no issues with 32 versus 64 since all live stuff is fully migrated to 64 now. There still is. We're still going to be using 32-bit. We're not taking all of Larian songs and using it on our server. It's more just like we'll be able to grab the assets. Yeah, I get you, Dragon. So my general consensus for now is that I'm taking ROF2 as a base, right? And then LS will have a delta, and I'm going to copy files that have no conflict first. And that'll be the first version of ROF2 Plus, is essentially like what you just said, UI files, that's a conflict. Like the intent is, if you patch a client to ROF2 Plus, you should have 0 side effects. Like you can literally run a server that is currently ROF2 and just run RF2 Plus on it, and there'll be no side effects because none of the assets are being loaded. They're just being in the path, being ready to be loaded if the server ever wants it. And it shouldn't affect any of your UI stuff, dude. Because like, again, the executable is still just ROF2. Yeah. The only thing that you would probably get reported is if like somebody went in and took default UI files and edited them. That would get reported by my program because you've technically manipulated, you know, the baseline files of ROF2. And that's considered, you know, some of the pivot points of the thing. But if you like added a subdirectory, I won't even scan it. Like it won't even be checksummed. I was just trying to see LS items you got add in drag items. Yeah, so that's going to be a subcategory, Dougal, which is for files that have conflicts with Larian Song. A lot of those files, so like if ROF2 and LS have the exact same files, and LS adds things, I'm going to have to do a case by case on how I'm going to mod those, like how I'm going to distribute those with ROF2 Plus. Oh, my live UI doesn't work with THJ. I had to rebuild a lot of it because tags have been changed a lot since RF2 client. Right. But no, Bigsy, this isn't the executable. Like ROF2 Plus is literally just ROF2. Okay. And that's it. the only part that makes it plus is that Larian Song assets will be available. So like EQGs, S3Ds, any asset that has no conflict of interest with ROF is going to be added and sitting there for a server owner to tie it in. So like your UI files, it's just ROF2. I do, Xiao. I have one for both of them in commands. You can just say dark mode, dark maps, and UI. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Dragon. It'll become the responsibility of a server owner to go in and do those modifications. I'm pretty sure. I still gotta, we're about to run the diff on the program now. And what I'm actually gonna do here is I have this call right here, right? And so what this call is doing is it's consuming all of the messages coming in, right? And if the context is set to Larian Song, I look for an MD5 hash of a file based on the path of the entry. And basically, if the ROF hash is not empty and the ROF2 hash is not equal to the MD5 hash of this, we're going to currently just fail. We'll fix that later as far as, actually making it continue. And we're going to go ahead and run this off of LS now. Because we've added ROF2 now, this function will pull out files and get the ROF2s that I've just baked in. And it should fail immediately on our first file. I guess I just don't know what assets are. Okay, so, oh wow. It succeeded with no conflicts? There's no way that happened. That's concerning. Okay, let me answer your question though before I get debugging this. It's not just visual items, it's like assets that are usable for Larian Song and all the past expansions between ROF and then. Yeah, so no Dragon Horde, no Trade Skill Depot. That all is powered by your executable. And it's still ROF2. Like, at the end of the day, what you should be thinking is when this client gets distributed, it's literally just ROF2. Like, a server that uses ROF2 Plus could run fully with just ROF2 assets. The only problem you're going to hit is there'll probably be zones available. Like, for example, crap, why am I brain farting on new zones? Let's say that they put Stratos in. Stratos is a zone from the Burning Lands, right? You can actually do that with ROF2 Plus because Stratos is an asset that's available in ROF2 Plus. So they can tie up the database with a new Stratos entry. They could edit their client to allow the zone. They can create all the zone point connections, and they can even load all the assets from Stratos. But if you don't have ROF2 Plus, the moment you try to zone into there, you're going to fail because that's not an asset on ROF2. So, yeah. Your UI files will be the same. There's not going to be any of the features like of the client. Like, it's still ROF2. It's just being able to load assets that are from future server expansions. Assets are things like 3D models, zones, textures, heroes ornaments, weapons. There's a list for you, Big Z, even before you asked. So basically, the number of things Kata is going to have access to when I finish this is going to be insane. And it's going to be awesome. Which is why I was heavily encouraged by him to make it. And that's why I'm making it. So this will be game changing. Literally. So how the hell am I getting an MD5 check and not getting a single conflict? That should not happen. Let's check if my MD5s are coming up properly. All right, so we're checking Kinos to car. Okay. And we're doing a checksum against it. And obviously, oh, the checksums are empty. That's why. The ROF2 checksum was empty on this file. Oh, okay, I know why. I got it. I made ROF checksums. There we go. We can take out the XXH3, but we're going to leave it for now because we haven't officially set it. Okay. Let's try this again. We should fail almost immediately. In fact, there's going to be a breakpoint it'll hit, but... So many more things. On to 32-bit client. Yeah, prepare for a crash a lot. Potentially. That was another thing I was thinking. RF2 client is all 32-bit, where the new LS is all 64. I guess there is some type of import you have to drop in them to 64-bit, 30-bit, but I wonder how much it breaks from that. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't just flip the executable. That's technically what KLS is working on in this channel over here. He's been doing amazing work with... let's give him access to real quick, but... This client right here, Larian Song Project E Client ELS, this is KLS. He's kind of fronting this. Brainiac's doing contributions. There's a few other people. But this is the future. And hopefully within the next year or so. So this is EQ Emu running Larian Song. And you can tell even by the gear, you know, the layout of the UI, the upgrade character, the heroics are in there, the merchant windows, that's what he just literally got working. So this is super exciting to see him taking the client and slowly adding support into our EQEMU server code. That's in the very long future though. Here's the AA window from live, right? With the auto grant and all that stuff. And even your Merc AA window is right here. He's just going through, cleaning up packets. Advanced loot would be on that list, dude. It's definitely been vocalized. Here's your character inventory. He had some issues with, you can even see the buy now button from the premium junk. And it's very cool to see screenshots. Here's him spawning all the NPCs. This is huge, like big milestones. And he was doing this is in November 17th, so that was a month ago. This is very recent that we've really been putting momentum in it, and it's super exciting. Let me go give secrets access to my little project of, it's not my project, I'm just managing some of the org stuff. So what did we end up calling it? Was it OpenLib, OpenLar? No. What is OpenLar's repo name? LoreLib. Anyways, I'm going to go into its settings, look at collaborators. Actually, I need to do this on the org level. Teams, people, and, oh, people. Okay. Invite a member. Secrets of the P. Invite. Generate my passkey real quick. And he's going to be a member, and he'll get developer access. Okay. Then we'll tell him about that real quick. And I got a ping in here somewhere on screenshots. Just curious because my comp. Buy all on AA, be big for the custom servers. Dude, there's so many things that latest client does that is going to be godsend for us later. Even just like the keys and the mount holders, you know what I mean? Like all of your clickies and having a hotkey that literally just presses whatever mount you want and then manages all your mounts so you don't have to keep them in your bags. Okay, I forgot to do improved. Oh well, we'll wait on CD. But so that's a whole different project. Don't treat ROF2 Plus as a any sort of semblance to the cool stuff adding on, you know, it doesn't really add Lorien Song, it adds assets from future expansions essentially for ROF2 to tap into optionally. Okay. So we have checksums, and are they pulling now? No. Well, this is because it's an overseer asset, but I think it is pulling now. Okay, so here we go. Foundation car has an offset mismatch. I used to spend hours buying all AAs on armies, the same customers buy all. Yeah, even macroing it when it makes guys used to suck. Bring me OS. Overseer? Yeah, I mean, technically Overseer will be in there too, which is actually a pretty good system. I like the fact that you can level just by logging in. What do you think of Shadow Knight, Wizard, Necro? I think it'd be amazing. There's a little bit of overlap with Shadow Knight and Necro, but I don't think it's a major overlap. It's more of just a... One thing I'm curious about with Shadow Knight Necro, and I'm not sure anybody's confirmed this yet, is can you get Vampiric Embrace to stack with Shroud of Undeath? Because Necro gets Vampiric Embrace first, and Shroud of Undeath is SK only. And if you can get those two to stack, that's going to be game changing for that combo, because Touch of the Cursed and Soul Abrasion impact both of those individually, and you can double your PPM for those life tap procs. Overseer is cool. I bet that be one of the things fixed in LS at the moment. More trying to get usable play. Yeah, dude, it's MVP stuff right now. Do they have different slot buffs on the proc? If so, should. I don't know. There's a lot of things that like, here's an example of something that's weird. Check this out. Bobbing Corpse is on my Revenant Bauble. If I click it, I get Bobbing Corpse, which gives me 75 PR. And it's stacking with Dead Man Floating, which is also giving me crazy high PR. So I'm up to like 590 PR. Okay, so Scream of Death does not stack with Vampiric Embrace. I didn't say Scream. Oh, well, if Scream of Death doesn't, then Shroud of Undeath probably will not, because Scream of Death is SK only, right? So you're going to get the same problem. Yeah. So that's a bad sign. Hey Shin, I'm loving Crit Sprinkler. I hit 320 spell damage with Twin Cast, double hit for 5k. Love to see the screen fill with numbers on pulls and Nadox. Yeah, I'm trying to move it over to my new THJ cast thingy. Since it's packet based, the lag on kills is significantly lowered. At least from my testing, it seems significantly lowered. Okay, so we got our first checksum failure. I'm pretty sure in every single text case is ROF file excluded. So if strings contains a text file, just return true. Otherwise, return false for now. So what we're doing is there is a function call in here that's doing MD5s. We don't know the full path. We only know the relative path. So for the ROF2 exclusion, we only need relative path. I think we'll be fine with that. Okay. So what we're doing is we're trying to find files that Larian Song has that's a conflict with ROF2 basically. And whenever we find one, we're reporting it and crashing the client like that. Not crashing, but okay. So wait, why is this not working? That's fine. If, oh, I put star. If strings has suffix, that fixes it. Okay, so render effects obviously are going to be upgraded. I think render effects, because they are, so we'll do ignored extensions, and it'll be like text and FXO. I really need to fix Windows KR. Keyboard maps, go debug, run. So we need to delete you, run, regenerate this, run previous debug. Perfect. I'm habitually doing this because my other machine is set up that way. Okay, XML is also ignorable. And now I can just hit Windows or Command R and rerun my debugger without going back up on the top. Okay. I wonder what's different. How do I do a diff on the EQG? Let's just do this for now. And we're going to just make these prints now. because we don't need to run this a bazillion times now that we got it working. What you doing with all this code stuff? I'm writing a new client, I guess you could call it. It's called ROF2 Plus. So here's every file that exists on ROF2 and is not in, or is in Larian Song and ROF2. You look like you know what you're doing. Well, thank you. This will be for all Ikemu servers, and it will heavily impact THJ, yes. Especially like, you know how they just did the recent ornament update? This will impact the ornaments to make it so we get even more cool Fashion Quest stuff. So look forward to it. All right, pretty much all the EMTs and EQGs and EDDs can be excluded. Obviously, the EXEs can be excluded. And the zones. S3Ds. And give me 1 second, I will look at your message here. And the DDSs. And the INIs. And the JPEGs. So with Wizard Shadow Knight Necro on my Wizard Enchanter Necro, I noticed that my crits on live tap made them hit even harder and also heal even more. So my thoughts with this build would be a good tank once you have Greer and the AAs. You might be a Farmer King. I think for AA farming, if you're looking to just farm the shit out of AAs, I think a good trick, a kind of slept upon idea, is Wizard combined with 2 classes that just get a repost or dodge all damage from the front. So like Death Dance from Bard, what is it? Something like Flashing Blades from Ranger, Furious from Warrior. I forget what the monk one's called, but you know those disciplines? If you stack 2 of them, the reuse time becomes like once every 20 minutes or something like that, 10 minutes. I don't even know what it is if you max out them. But basically, you get 2 of those classes and you get Wizard. And then you just pull the whole fucking zone, you face them, you turn on Furious, and you blow them up before the Furious ends. And you win. That's technically going to be your best AA group, AA Farmer King. But actually, AA Farmer King is always going to be Paladin Monk something. And the reason is that Way of the Steel, dual wielding, using the Paladin Slay, nothing can compete with 120 AA an hour. But also, what do you need AAs for? I'm at 2,700. It's not like AAs are super hard to get. You're going to get them inevitably just playing. You did 2,100 AAs in a day here? Yeah, that's nuts. Like, it's not like AAs are hard anyways. Like, just farm. And you'll get them, no matter what your build is. That's interesting, though. You kited Nadox, and we're getting... I don't know if you can get 2100 in a day. I mean, was it all day? Because a day is 24 hours. If you nonstop kill every 10 minutes... I'm a little skeptical of that, though. This is my current build and confirm entire zone pulls at once, 5 to 6 casts, all die. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Bard with Den and Dirge with Wiz, you can just kite and blow up. But you can do the same thing even with Wiz. Just use Pillar of Flames, and you'll never have to tank a mob. And also, AAs don't matter. Like, it's not hard to max them. Like, literally, a lot of people are maxing AAs within the first 30 days of the server. Like, you know, it was 44 AAs a pull. How is it because your level? That level thing is all fucked up. Because I don't think at 60 you can get 44 AAs on a pull. Because I've killed the entire Nadox zone, and it ain't nearly worth that at like 2,000 plus AAs. Oh, you're at level 44. Yeah, see, you were just taking advantage of the AA over benefit. The problem is they aren't capping AAs properly. Because there's 270 mobs, and if you're 44, you're going to get, I think the cap is 12% per kill. So if we do the math, actually, let's break this down for fun. MQ emulator. Oh, why do we have a problem in MQ emulator, dude? God damn it. Who else tells me the spawn number? But let's say it's 270. So if you have 270 and you're getting 12% per kill, and you need 100 to get a level, you're going to get 32 AAs an hour if you're capped at 12. If you're getting more than 12 a kill, then 44 is fucked. Like, the AA gain is fucked on lower levels. But that sounds weird. Can you kill a single mob for me, Malik, and let me know how much percent you're getting? Because you also get penalized every time your AAs go up. Your AA per hour is constantly going down. Yeah, but even still, EXP bonus is giving, I think it's 50% more experience off the base, so it's 0.5. But yeah, EXP bonus would help. But I don't quite see the numbers going to that. I mean, it's going to be high, but even getting like 200 an hour, you'd have to get 24 of, like, wait, how much are you going to have to get an hour for that? 2100 divided by 24. Oh, you only have to get 87 hour. That's just not too bad. Yeah, it's possible to get 2100 A's. Sorry, my mind wasn't doing the math right. You're getting 20 a kill? Jeez. You gotta remember, I'm at like a point where, like, look, I'm killing reds. I'm at 91%. Now I'm at 7. Let's just kill this one so we can get another number that's cleaner. 7. 22. So that's 15%. I guess that's okay. Yeah, 20%. For some reason, I thought there was the cap at 12. I think they removed the cap at one point, or this buff mixed in with the holiday thing. They must have boosted it. But regardless, if you went nonstop, 2100 AAs, right? And you need to do, yeah, we did the math earlier. You only need to, like, even at 200 an hour, right? 10 hours of it, you're at 2000. I actually think Paladin Monk may still get higher AA per hour. There's a program, Malik, you can run on your log file called AA Tracker. all you have to do is drag drop your log file onto it, and it's going to give you a history of that day and tell you how many AA per hour you were hitting every AA ding. I can even show it on I'll show it online right now. You can watch me do it. So if we save the file, right, just toss it into, let's say, downloads. Okay. And then let's grab my log file. And oops, missed a J. Let's drag my log file onto this file. It's just going to spam every single log AA event and tell you how many an hour you were getting since you zoned. So we'll wait a second for it to finish loading my huge file. I think I can scroll up. Yeah. So like when I was in the hole, I was getting 26 an hour and then 45 an hour. You get what I mean? Now I was getting 14 an hour. This Chardock pulls, I was doing about 20 to 40 an hour. Lately, I'm getting like 6 an hour. But I'm also, this is me just doing my idle farm. In Chardock, I was getting apparently 95 an hour, 100 an hour at one point recently. Oh wow, that was just me clearing it for respawning with a full group. That's pretty good. And there's Chardock, I was getting 114 an hour. But see, I only got 6 AAs and then the zone was cleared. I did do a full Nadox clear at one point. I forget how much I was getting though. Anyways, try this program out. It's pretty cool to kind of, you know, spot check how much AA an hour you're getting and stuff. It's a pretty simple little app. I drag my file up on the program and it blips for a second, but no result. Is it like maybe erroring? Weird. Like, yeah, you should be able to drag it on there and then it starts the file and tells you every event. Yeah, if you have AV problems, you just got to do what you do with your AV thing. You have to go to antivirus and stuff. I mean, you can literally see the source code. It's not like it's a super nefarious thing, but yeah. Antivirus loves to attack programs that aren't. Yeah. So Martin is asking, how do you get your Paladin Monk to go with high AAs? You get all your Slay AAs, you get Way of Steel, you wear your Paladin Monk summoned weapon, and you feign death, you get imitate death, so that it's insta-cast and all that, get all the hastened imitate and all that crap, and then you just run around, one-shot undead, and then flop and run to the next mob, flop and run to the next mob, and just slay every single undead. And you just get stupid AA an hour, especially at like low levels and stuff. Yeah, sorry about that. I could make a website that runs it. Maybe I'll do that at some point. I'll make a WebAssembly app so that you just go to a website and you drag the file and it'll just parse it on the fly on the machine. And then you don't have to download a binary. Oh, yeah, the Bazaar file won't work so well. We don't need DLLs. We don't need EFF. We don't need waves. We don't need PFS. I don't even know what an ASI is. Okay. The problem with this ignored thing is if RF2 is excluded, then it ignores the checksum. Let's do this. If we find a hash, just continue. We can do this stuff. Yeah. Can I use your chat for user research? I don't care, Alicon. 52 an hour is the max I've done in Chardock with 700 AAs. Okay. Apparently I wasn't logging. Oh, that sucks, Malik. Well, anyways, the AA tracker is just an amazing little quick tool to kind of help you get a gauge on what you're doing. What's kind of cool is if you notice when you drag a file onto it, sorry, let me get that set up. If you drag a file onto this, boop, you'll notice that after it finishes logging, oops, this file's really big. Let's do a smaller one. Murchy has like no files. When it finishes, it just stops here, but it doesn't close the window. It's actually still logging. So if you zone, you'll get a you have entered. If you get an AA, you can just tab over and you can see your AA per hour after a poll or whatever. So it's just handy for like quick reference. And you can just leave it on. It's just monitoring your file for new events once it catches up. You were doing 84 an hour on your Paladin Monk Berserker in Howling Stones last night. Right on. But now that you know about that tool, it'll kind of help. And I sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you, Malik. I was just, my mind wasn't doing the numbers right. But as you know, AAs are not hard. I've actually, once I hit about 1,000, I intentionally just like stopped doing so much. The only thing I do is item level, I guess. But there you go, 334 an hour. And keep in mind too, if you're getting 334 an hour, look at how long you sustained that. Because sometimes you can just run into a zone and like do the first clear and then get 344 an hour. But if you don't repeat like a recycle, it's kind of just a burst thing. You know, like it's not a true assessment. Because you know what I mean? That would be like, you will maintain 334 if you can just nonstop kill, you know. Yeah. I just know if it's worth fully fixing. Jesus, dude. Were you also getting veteran bonus when you're doing it with your bard? When I don't think experience can't translate from P99. Yeah, Alicon. It's hard to say. So that's a huge tap, Malik. If you have tons of AAs in the veterancy pool, you're going to be getting insane bonus. Is that a gamble item? Was wondering where you get Staff of Memories from. He nukes hard, but also nukes himself hard in the process. Yeah, if you're meleeing stuff, that can happen. Okay, so this file, in theory, is a delta of files for Larian Song. The problem is, yeah, this looks pretty good. We're getting some new voices. For what is DKN? Isn't that Draken? They must have revamped the Draken voices. Then you get a bunch of Velia scale assets that looking good. That's a lot of files. We're like to 7,000 files. The UI files we can probably ignore, or at least put them in a different directory or something. This actually brings up a conversation piece. What I'm kind of thinking is that you have ROF2, right? This is your baseline. We're going to have checksums on it, right? You have LS, and then you have what I call delta. These are unique files to, put on top of ROF2. Then you have LS optional. These are files that conflict with ROF2, but may be added by an owner. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I got one as a donation bonus on beta, and I thought that was the only thing. But if they're selling for 175K, I'm guessing it's just the donation item thing. But anywho, improved, prolonged, go. Those damn manogs, I don't care about them. I guess there is an argument though for like high mana because of mana burn and stuff. I just don't think mana burn ever scales good enough. I don't know why I have all these debug files that were broken. Okay, so what this means is I need to segregate files based on this setup. So LS, like I have one dead, but I'm a weird case. I was doing a crap load of contributions during beta, and because of that, they, basically gave me the packages that, donors get. And so I know that the stuff I'm getting is based on the donor packages of beta, like they did it at launch. But then I'm not really sure, like, their plans and how they distribute them after. So that's why I'm like, if people ask me, where do I get that? I'm like, I honestly don't know, the process or like
Thanks
how
for
rare
the
they are or
follow,
anything.
Nick Doof.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Nick Doof. Cool. So we have 2 packages that we need to actually call. Now, LS optional. So at this point, we have these files, and these should have 0 conflicts with EverQuest assets. So these all can be patched into an RF2 directory and not impact, have 0 conflicts. Which is cool. I don't like the UI files, but technically they're okay. I am a developer for professionally, yep. Yeah, do it, dude. Just do it on the side like I am. Just have fun making projects and experimenting and trying to figure out the best way to do it. You know, challenge yourself, debug, talk to people on on stream, I guess, while you do it. We're getting pretty good on check. So let's actually run a check system now. So this is the ls.go file. What are we erring on? It's because ls is conflicting. We can take this out. Cool. So now we have a whole bunch of files that are considered Larian Song, and then we have a whole bunch of files that are considered ROF2. So now, when you run a check, I'm going to iterate the path that you set. I'm probably going to do a similar trick with the threading. That's less time to grind AAs though. Again, AAs are not a huge deal in my opinion. Like, it's cool to hang out with people and play with friends and stuff. Cool. What time is it? Oh, it's 1. Give me 1 sec. I need to go grab water, but yeah, go hang out with friends, play, enjoy. Let me grab water though. I'll be right back. And then we're actually at a point where ROF2 Plus is about to create its first quote unquote client. I am back. So, had 1.x stuff always been in game, or did it just get patched in? It's been around forever, dude. Echo of Sibyllus has always been in Kunark, which is the really annoying mob that's in Trachanon. Sibyllus, yeah. In Sibyllus, yeah. What's the item level, by the way, on my 18% enchanted? I'm pretty close. I think when that's done, the only thing I need is my Robe of Azure Sky. I don't know why. I ended up with like none. Almost feel like I had one. But I guess I either sold it, destroyed it, gave it away. Who knows? How much are they worth anyways? Oh, they're pretty pricey. They're like 20k. In Swampaho No Hope? You mean in... Is that Emerald Jungle? Yeah, I want to say it's Emerald Jungle. So, with a quick check, all we want to do is say, we're actually going to pass a context. Or what about client? Oh, the Bard Epic mob. Oh, sorry. I'm like, I see. The Swamp Dragon is the 1.5 epic, dude. Okay. So the reason we're passing a client is because as we walk the path, we need client context. Push it to get and message Aporia. Hopefully we can get this. Yeah, dude. Crazy. The turnaround time's so slow. But, I mean, they've been busy with a lot of stuff. So, for the time being, we're going to do a size-based checksum real quick. And basically say, size is equal to checksum. And then, isn't there a file size call? And I need the context, which is client. And the file name, which is path. We need the relative path, though. Give me just a sec and I'll look at your stuff. I think most of the community has been pretty vocally appreciative of all the hard work. Absolutely. I guess I should check on work. We're seeing increased rates of some of the botnet brute force attacks on our SSL VPN. It's been affecting our user logins. It's A, I think, affecting, not E. Effecting is transitive. Whatever. Word Nazi or grammar Nazi. The scary part is they are coming from US locations now instead of overseas. Dude. Exposing stuff sucks. Working for ISP is not fun. Anyways, we're going to hit a debug test and let's see if it crashes. It should fail this check. It passed? What? You weren't supposed to pass? Are you kidding me? Did this literally just pass first try on my ROF2 client? No. Okay, we have a failure somewhere. I was going to say, like, that is not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be like a process. Okay, let's try the debugger again. Okay, so we're walking my EQ path and we're checking like, oh no, it's the old code. That's why we're doing skip dir. That's why. Yeah, so like according to this, a ton of files are fine, but then commons and I'm sorry, I just for some reason like, you know who else does it all the time is Aporia in changelog. He'll be like, you know, so and so is, you know, affecting users, and it's just like, it's not, it is affecting users, you know. It isn't a cause and effect. It's a painful affection. Yeah. Focus effects are because an effect is the actual, I guess, to me, effect is kind of like a return. An effect is kind of like a delivery. So receiving affection is the, you know, or giving affection. I don't know, affection and effect, I think, are different. I did type it right the first time. We wish to shift left to a modern zero trust architecture, something, something. Yeah. But like if your VPN's being, you know, negatively impacted, it's now affecting. I don't think affecting is really ever used. Like the word effecting, I think, is always wrong. So if it feels right to call it affecting, like this is affecting me, it's never going to be an E. Or does it? It says affecting is a verb that means to cause something to happen or to accomplish something. What the fuck are you doing? You're using an old version of Firefox? I'm not even using Firefox. It is the present principle of effect. Affecting is right. To achieve something and cause it to happen. As a political party, they're trying to affect a change in the way that we think about our environment. Effect. Yeah, that's a causal thing. But like, if a political party is doing things to our environment that is affecting it negatively, that would be an A, because affective. Sorry. Yeah, that is a total nerd snipe incident. Really, affect is the transitive verb and effect is the noun. And I did my homework. Yes, you can say the police department is affecting our newly passed laws. Yes. If he says, I affect a resource, it means to rescue. And by the way, I am not stating these things as fact. I will easily be caught wrong, and I'm happy to learn. Like, don't think I'm like this highly egotistical person. I love education. I love to be wronged because then I can learn from that. Yeah. Effectively. We can make it inclusive and call it, expectively. Affective immediately. Just avoid the word. It's even better. Oh, this is interesting. I get a bunch of negative ones. Oh, the file names are not properly being checked. Okay. So we have a ton of we're okay files. Well, effectively. Cool. So we're going through the files. Most of them are validated. Cool. And then we're going to hit files that are untracked. So we're going to say relative path untracked file. Anyways, and then okay. Oh, we should continue. Or what are we doing? Oh, we just return nil. Okay. So we're getting a bunch of okays. Looking really solid. Then we have files like, yeah, obviously ASDF. These are untracked. Can be ignored. Then we hit dsetup.dll. And for some reason, my dsetup is different. Which is interesting. I don't think I've touched dsetup. Did we touch dsetup on our client? I didn't even know that had any effect. Yeah, so you can see ours is big. And it was modded at one point, interestingly. So what we need to do is we have a summary report. And all we care about with the summary are files that aren't matched. So like this. So we're going to say we have a muxer and we've unlocked. We're doing a path check. We could send the summary back in a channel during check. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to go wait group. And we're going to create a channel. And this is going to be the summary channel. And what we're doing is every time we call something, we add to the wait group. We also no, this will be on the wrong thread. We need check path to just run independently. And always return nil. We need the wait group and the summary channel to be passed as arguments. In the process of setting up geolocation, but I work for the government, so I have to make it a policy if I want it to be a thing. So it'll probably take like 6 to 9 months to get okay for the. Yeah, good old government. Cool. So what we're going to do is defer a done call. Or I think we can add the wait groups, but the done call needs to be in here. All right, so now we have an indicator that we're done with all the checks via the wait group. We also now have a summary channel that we only need to send events when there's a failure. And summary currently is empty. We're going to make a path. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Let's try it. Was that a string or an error? No. Yeah, let's do like a message. So path is going to be the relative path. And the message is that it's a size mismatch. I'm being called. Give me just a sec. Be right back. Okay, so we're almost done. We're just going to put size mismatch, D versus D, and that's it. And then we return a nil. There we go. Dragons are back up. All right, Hand of Death, Proved Twin Cast, Frenzied, Kabooms. See, normally they just die, but sometimes they give me issues. 2 mobs. Okay, let's run the debugger again. Okay. Unfortunately, we do not show results anymore. We could do a total count. So we throw the coroutine, it runs these threaded, so it's actually really fast. Awesome, Malik, glad to hear it. It's insightful. And we're going to do a report at the end where it's basically like, the one thing we're going to need to do is similar to the checksum test, is we need to properly do a check or wait group wait, and then we may as well reorder it. That's fine. So append to files, the summary. The problem is messages are okay. This error check needs to be scrolled up to here. If technically this should be another lock. Pretty much to the end of this call group. Okay. At this point, we're adding a bunch of files, but honestly, we're going to print these for now. I'll have to think about this later and how I want to organize these. But for now, let's print out all the errors. Oops, we got a stack trace error and we have untracked files. Untracked files should not be reported. And we're going to go ahead and, let me guess, is it a lockout? All Go routines are asleep. Are they asleep? They shouldn't be asleep. Okay. Wizbard versus Necrowart. I mean, probably-ish. It depends on what you're after. I think effectiveness is a relative term. Like, the weird thing about THJ in general is that it's super easy to trivialize the server. And then it becomes like you have to make bigger milestones. The bigger issue you have with Necro is that to properly leverage Necro, you have a burn up time. So until the mob has lots of health, it's hard to fully maximize a Necro. And if the mobs don't have a lot of health, wizards outmatch it. And against highly resistant mob, like for example, Avatar of War, both wizard and Necro are going to struggle because of his high resists. I forget how high they are exactly. Let's find out. Avatar of War. They don't tell you resists? That's sad. Hmm. All right, so we had that lock. Let's try it one more time. I think we're going to still have the lock though. Is it the buffer size? Yeah, that's why. All right, so this is THJ against a vanilla client. Let's see how good it does. This looks pretty clean. So for some reason, D setup got touched. All the resource-based data stuff, that's fine. Arena was definitely touched. Yeah, a lot of these files definitely were touched, or they were touched by me. The AA help files were definitely touched. The default UI files, I'm pretty sure were also touched, especially the load screen. Anyways, that's not too bad. It checked 31,000 files. How fast did it do it? Let's do a timer. So doing a checksum based on file sizes takes 0.19 seconds. This thing is gonna be fucking fast when it comes to patching. So not only is this gonna give you RF2+, but if I package this so that each server owner can leverage this for like patching files, this thing will patch files in like an instant. Especially because I can I can download multiple files at the same time. I can also do optimizations with like UI files where I can package them. But yeah, dude, this is how fast I check. 0.18 seconds. And I just did a checksum against ROF2 to Lorient Song. One issue I'm going to hit is that if the client is newer, because what I'm doing right now is a checksum exclusively by, okay. So we need to do a switch, or actually we do an if statement. And basically, if client is greater than, is ROF2, no. I think always we're doing a, oh, how do we do this? The easiest way is to run the checksum in the client over here. And add a setting. Set client limit bool. And then we gotta do a muxer. And essentially what we're doing, if is client limited, we do this. Otherwise, what we do is we say first, check if it's in the patcher. If it is, return that size. Then check if it's in Lorient Song. If it is, return that file. Then check ROF2, and then return it. Nice. The other problem, though, with this specific style is I'm iterating the path of the client to do a checksum. Technically, I should be doing it the other way around, where I get a list of all of my files I need to check and compare it with what they have. And then I can report missing files. So I'll tweak that in a bit. Do you think with the current client or Lorian, would it be possible to do some sort of preview armor? That's just a bug that our client doesn't actively support. What is it? There's like a hotkey for it. Yeah, the object preview, Alt right click. We've never fixed the packets. So all it takes is EKEMU fixing that packet and we'll be good. But that requires a dev to take the effort for that. Improve Twincast. All right, I'm gonna have to go eat soon. So what I'll probably do is put this on hiatus for a bit. I might be back later today. I've also been streaming for 7.5 hours, so. But you guys can see my progress. It's been a little half-assed. I got an opal of disease resist, regular. Cool. Yeah, I'll be back a bit later. But we'll fix the checksummer so that instead of building it on, yeah, you'll be able to set this flag and basically we'll have a patcher. This is what the report currently says, which is kind of handy, the file mess matching. Because this literally shows you every file that THJ touched, that at least ROF2 base doesn't have, which is actually pretty cool in itself, that you can see the 120 or 132 files that THJ modded, so that theoretically, if you restored those files, you would be able to get your client back to baseline, which is something you really didn't have an easy way to do in the past. But anyways, let's go find someone to raid real quick. I hope you guys enjoyed some educational coding. And yeah, see me around. I've been streaming a lot lately, so inevitably you're going to find me. Feel free to follow, though. I do stream at random ass times. It looks like Curtis Girl is hitting up some THJ. Koala's doing some AA grinding here. I usually like to hit up people that are doing THJ and I haven't raided before. But probably going to be Koala. Go hit up Koala. Oh. All right. Let's put it in the raid list. But yeah, I hope everyone else has an awesome day. And Koala is a weird spelled name. There he is. Guess it could be a she, but. Yep. Alrighty, guys. Sorry, NES. I'll be back later, potentially. But, cool. We got 35 raiders. And, yeah, have a good day. A good Monday, alright?